start streaming now. Hello, 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 everybody. Who is ready to do some investigating? I am. I am. Questions for Scuttlebutt. It's always Scuttlebutt. I like that they named this character Scuttlebutt. I don't know. I find it amusing. Any ideas? Okay, so the art room is probably where we need to go. That's like the newest place. So let's head there. Ooh, October 25th, Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor art room. Ooh, where's the blue badger? Somebody show me the blue badger. Well, here it is, the art room, where the grisly crime occurred. Let's start looking. Stop right there. This is an active crime scene. No unauthorized personnel allowed. What? Can't you make an exception? You won't even notice we're... Freeze! I don't think so. No exceptions now. Move along. Nothing to see here. He doesn't seem very accommodating this time. Let's try again later. Hold on, I want to look at what we have here. Okay, so we have an outline. We have the beginnings of what seems to be the elephant. We have this. We have a very Picasso-like picture of Junie. And then another picture of Junie. And then it looks like we have statues of people. I like this thing. I don't know whatever the hell this thing is, but I like this thing right here. This weird flower thing. I find it amusing. Okay, well, he won't let us come in, so let's go to the outdoor stage. Contribution to the case. I just wanted to say thanks for helping with our investigation. No, danke. Necessary for a line. I was danke. Well, how do you pronounce that? Hold on, wait. We need Google.
Danke.
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 Okay, thank you, Google. Always turn to Google. Danke, necessary for a line. I was doing this part for myself. Hi, Perry. How are you tonight? You know, I just now saw your name, and for some reason, I thought you changed your name to have 2 P's instead of 2 R's. I was like, wait, Perry's name changed. I'm good. I'm glad to hear that. I also have access to police data and gear. What with my many fans on the force. I assume you always get official authorization, right, Prosecutor Gavin? You are such a stick in the mud, her forehead. Let's just say I have my weights. So, relax. Unlike Professor Means, I believe there is no proper end without justifiable means. And that always includes a bright smile and some wicked air. Oh, for a second there, I thought we were going to get philosophical. For once. Okay. We've pretty much finished searching around here, but just one more look. Okay, so pretty much it's just saying don't bother. That's what it's saying. Okay, the lecture hall. Hold on one second, my nose is sniffly. Anybody? Okay, nobody talked there. Okay, so something's gonna happen here in the hallway. Mock trial. Hey, that's Hugh over there. Lynn, how's it going? Hi, Mr. Blob. How are you tonight? Hugh, we wanted a word with you, if you don't mind. If it was Mr. Right, then sure. But you two? I knew it. There's a hint of discord in Hugh's voice. You're not getting off that easy. I'm good. Nice. I didn't make an emote like that. I like that emote. It's smug, but in a good way. After all, you're a possible suspect. Plus, you actually confessed in court. Whatever. So what do you want from me? But make it brief. I don't have a lot of time, and I assume you don't either. Relation to Black Quill. Wait, what? It sure like Prosecutor Black Quill was testy. Real. We need more emotes. I do need to work on more emotes. Hello, Dawn. How are you tonight? You've got to go to bed. Thank you though for dropping in. You could maybe I won't get too loud and you could just lurk sleep. I gotta go bed is true. It sure looked like Professor. I've got Harry Potter in my mind. It sure looked like Prosecutor Blackquill was twisting your arm to testify earlier today. Is there some sort of secret he's using against you? I've no attention. Yeah, I don't know why, but my Google keeps on suggesting Harry Potter stuff to me. And it's like, I have not messed around with Harry Potter since I was like in high school. I'm like, why y'all keep showing me this? I have no intention of saying anything more. Now, if you'll excuse me. Ooh, hold. I am not through with you yet. It seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me. Leave, and we might just discuss you know what. No, wait. One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it. What's that all about? I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. You really are a rank amateur. Even if it were true, you think I opened up to you? So he's not denying it. That secret might be causing the discord in his voice. Then again, we have the same problem with Junie and Robin. Thank you for the hydrate and head pat, Mr. Blob. I think I don't have Mix It Up yet. Okay, so recently the power's been turning off in my room. I think the breaker switch for the the breaker box, I think that's been getting loose. So sometimes I'll come home and my internet's not working, and then I'll go and look at my room and I'll see that has no power at all. It's not like I don't know if it's going out or whatever, but it seems to be loose. So I have to go constantly back there to flip it on and off. Hold on, I don't want to scam you, Mr. Blob. I kind of did, but it's gonna get fixed. Oh, gonna give yourself an IRL head pat then. I don't know if you can hear me head patting my head. Kind of banging it. It's more of a bang than a head pat. I don't know. I kind of pat my dog like that, but not that hard. Mine's more like a gentle kind of, tap. I think I hit my head harder than I do anybody else's. Okay, I don't know if it's working. Be gentle. That seemed hard. I had a headache too, and maybe I should have done that. You're just wasting your time and mine. Next question. Why did you confess? About your confession today, you weren't serious about that, were you? Let's just say I had no choice thanks to a certain lawyer who failed to get the job done. So, you're really prepared to take the blame for this? Not gonna happen. The voice on the tape is female, so that rules me out. Let's put it this way. You don't actually believe that ridiculous play on words, do you? Well, my confession is just like that. A means to an end. Or as we say around here, the end justifies the means. Ugh. But I actually do believe the voice is shouting Hugh O'Connor. Juniper's confession was quite advantageous for the real killer. But if Robin or I were actually the killer, we wouldn't have confessed. It's that simple. Even you should be capable of such reasoning. Or have I overestimated you? You'll make a great lawyer someday. I mean, you seem to enjoy getting under people's skin. Could Hugh and Robin's confessions really prove their innocence instead of their guilt? This is going to take some serious thinking on my part. Cortez planner. About that meeting with Professor Corte on the 23rd. Why did she want to see you? I've no intention of telling you. You'll have to force it out of me any way you can. Oh, Professor Mean starts again. Then again, Hugh is in the lawyer course. But didn't Professor Corte used to say that the only good result is the truth? So why don't you drop this whole charade and just tell me the truth? The truth. How can you be so sure it will help you solve this case? The truth isn't necessarily your friend, nor Juniper's for that matter. No, you're wrong. I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to defend Junie the right way, using the truth. That's the only way to honor Junie's wishes in Professor Corte's memory. Oh, I see. Very well, Miss Sykes. I'll testify tomorrow about that truth you're so interested in. You. But. Uh-oh. Don't look to me if something happens to Juniper because of it. Understand? What's that supposed to mean? What a terrible thing to say. I thought you guys were friends. Yes, we were. Until just recently, actually. Were. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Just as I have my secret, she has a side you never seen. Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. What are you saying? This conversation is over. I don't have a lot of time, and I mean it. Hugh, wait! He's gone. He doesn't care about her anymore. Why would he say that? That didn't go so well. I guess we just have to pin our hopes on his testimony tomorrow. Athena, what do you say we head over to the art room? Might be a nice change of pace. Hopefully the police have completed their investigation. 1 second. All right, we don't really have much time left anyway. I feel like I've changed Athena's voice back and forth between two certain voices that sound super similar, but they're very distinctly different from the way I say them. Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friends again. Thanks, again for lowering that school banner for us earlier. Don't mention it. Helping those in need is what my brand of justice is all about. Right. So, this art room was where the murder actually occurred. That's right. You can't see it with the naked eye, but there's blood on the floor. That area is roped off in the middle of the room, marks the spot. In justice we trust. The police investigation is done, so you want to look around, knock yourselves out. I want to talk first. Art room investigation. Find anything new, Detective Fulbright? Good question. Unfortunately, the answer is nothing much yet. He sure is confident for having found nothing. But if we're talking outside the art room, there has been a major breakthrough. Oh dear. Unless I find out what that is, I don't know what I shall do. No need for the theatrics. I was told I could fill you in on this one. Wow, you saw right through me, Detective. I'm impressed. Looking to get arrested for murder via unwarranted flattery, are we? Let's hear. I want to hear the breakthrough. So, what's the major breakthrough you mentioned? You want to know? You really, really want to know? You really, really? Come on, just tell us already. Aw, you're no fun. Anywho, we got the results of the voice print analysis back. A voice print? You mean for this tape recorder? Exactly. The voice belongs to the suspect, Miss Woods, beyond a shadow of a doubt. See right here? They analyzed the voice on the tape inside and out. And you thought the voice on the tape was saying Hugh O'Connor. Thanks for the good laugh, Miss Sykes. Oh, he's the last person I want laughing at me. So, now there's evidence of Juniper shouting, "You're a goner," around the time of death? If we were to take this as truth, how are we supposed to make sense of it? I don't know. I can't think of any reason why Junie would shout that in the first place. I would like to look at the court record, sir. Where's that voice print analysis? Does the voice shouting "You're a goner" to belong to Juniper Woods? The voice is a perfect... Okay, but it's not... Okay. It's... Okay. Does the voice shouting "You're a goner" belong to Juniper Woods? The voice is a perfect match. But that is not saying that she is not... Okay, that is not truth, though. It doesn't say that this is saying she's not saying Hugh Connor. Hugh O'Connor. I don't know. I think... I don't know. I think, okay, maybe it is Junie's voice, but I don't think that's what she said. Can I present to you something, sir? May perhaps you like to see this. I see. So that's your symbol of justice. Well, here's my... I'd be happy if I never saw one of those again. But Athena, what do you mean? You and Fulbright are like besties. Literally, you're like the besties of the besties. You like understand this man on like a metaphorical level. Hey, look, that's you on this mobile, Apollo. A red demon. Jesus. A red demon? It looks more like a snake curled around a brush to me. No, see the antennae and the yellow spots on its back. Anyone can see it's a ladybug. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. Fine, we can investigate this further at a later date. Agreed? Okay, let's do that. You okay with that, Athena? I really regret bringing this up. 1 second. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to make my nose stop being stuffy. Okay, let's look at the Picasso version of Junie. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. C. Corte. Wow, Professor Corte must have painted this. So, is this what they consider art? I really don't get it. Take a shot at Tabasco? I like hot stuff though. Like, are you telling me to take a shot of Tabasco up my nose? Also, how are you tonight, DS? I swear, I've seen this girl before. There's an air of fragility about her, and those pity-inducing eyes. What's this again? Her name is on the tip of my tongue. Normal up your nose normally to clear out your sinuses? Okay, I think I might have heard of that. There is some Tabasco in my house I could take. I don't know if I want to. Okay. There's really not much interest here. At least that's what my intuition is telling me. No, I wanted to click there. I'm like, one, please don't. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. I don't want to be blamed for ruining the stream. R. Newman. Wow. Robin must have painted this. Is this Juniper? The clothes are different, but... Oh, look! There's a piece of paper stuck to the back. Let's see what it says. Completely lacks Professor Corte's artistry. Must keep practicing, Robin. Huh, I think this is plenty good myself. I wonder what it would have looked like if Professor Corte had painted Juniper. I bet it would have been really artistic looking. It's right there. It is literally right there. Anyway, let me look at this strange flower bean that I like. It kind of looks like there's a prosecutor badge at the top of this statue. But it's not if you look real close. Another strange, difficult to understand work of art. Oh, look, it has a title. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Real creative. Art, either it's too abstract to understand or as subtle as a sledgehammer. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Oh, look, a piece of pottery. It looks like it's already been fired. I bet Robin made this. And I bet it won't last long. Not with the way she deals with her own work anyway. Yeah, it seems like such a waste. I mean, this one already has the same color on it. Some color on it. It looks just like bloodstains, but the way the glaze was dribbled onto it. Just like bloodstains? In justice we trust. That does look like bloodstains. We better examine at once. I get it. The victim was stabbed in the middle of the room where the big blood stain is, and then brought over here. At which point, some of her blood dropped onto these pieces? That means the body very well could have been dropped from this window. In the mock trial script, the body was dropped onto a mat. Then a ball cart was used to move it over to the stage. The maintenance area below is below this room, and the storehouse there has a mat and a ball cart. So, even the moving of the body was carried out just like in the script? Killer sure had a thing for Junie's script. Well, what do you expect? That's why we suspected the defendant in the first place. Well, you're wrong, and I'm going to prove it in court. What is this? A mock trial script on the floor nearby. A mock trial script on the floor and nearby an envelope marked used. I wonder if Miriam's script was ever really inside that envelope. Let's see here. By Miriam Scuttlebutt, and the title is Rogue et Noir, Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment? I wouldn't take that part in the mock trial. Take part in that mock trial if she begged me. Jesus, Apollo. It says there are special rules allowing the payment of bribes while court is adjourned. Oh, and you can bring it in up to $3 worth. Bring up in up to $3 worth of fabricated evidence. It also says, "Welcome to the darkest mock trial ever, where the end justifies the means." The prosecution claims this is a script that was supposed to have been used. But the scripts were selected by Professor Corte. Considering how much she valued the truth, I seriously doubt she picked a script entitled Crimson Blood and the Dark Judgment. Wow, you had that title memorized already. It's kind of easy to remember. Three busts sitting on a shelf, a judge, a defendant, and either a lawyer or a prosecutor. The bearded one must be the judge, and the bummed out one must be the defendant. Look, there's another one that's fallen onto the floor. I wonder which one failed, the lawyer or the prosecutor. Think, Apollo, think. This could tell us how tomorrow's trial will go. Oh, just wait for tomorrow's horoscopes, thanks. The Scales of Justice. Isn't that a mock trial script? Actually, there's a whole bunch of them here. Let's see. Looks like everyone from the judge course submitted one. The victim, Constance Corte, was the Fine Arts Club advisor. So she probably spent a lot of time up here in addition to her other duties. This isn't where I keep a bunch of scripts, but I wager that's how they would have wound up here. Poor, stressed out, overworked Professor Corte. I know exactly how that feels. You must, because your desk always looks like a tornado hit it. You're one to talk, Apollo. Me? Well, what about Mr. Wright? Maybe we should rename the firm Wright Stuff All Over the Place Agency. This is the clock that created that major problem for Junie. Let's take a closer look. Don't waste your time. I've checked it, and it's 100% accurate. Accurate. You sure? How did you check it? Of course I'm sure. I compared it to my own watch. See? Detective Fulbright, didn't you notice that your watch had stopped? It has? This is unacceptable. We obviously can't rely on him. Let's take a look for ourselves. Let's see. Wait a second. It's ahead by a whole hour. Well, Detective? Ah. Ugh. But. This clock must have also been an hour ahead when this photo was taken. If so, that would fit perfectly with Junie's testimony. Prosecutor Blackwell won't like this. I'm almost feel sorry for the detective. Almost. You can at least pretend to feel sorry by wiping that big grin off your face. Wait just 1 minute. The clock is an hour ahead right now, sure. But what proof do you have that it was running ahead on the day of the crime? That's a good question. Wait. I think I might just have something. Detective Fulbright, oh, you would agree that there is a moon outside this window, right? Sure, a nice crescent one, something like out of a picture book. But if you look at that window in the back with the winch attached to it, you'll see that there's only one view to be had in the opposite side of the school building. Are you winning, son? Hi, board. I think I am. I'm drinking like a fire brewed craft soda called SPRECHER. Yeah, my head needs a little cooling off. Go ahead and just take everything off. You'll see that the only view to be had is the opposite side of the school building. Oof. Then, what's this moon doing here? I wonder. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's I almost went into Fulbright for Gavin. That's right, but I hadn't seen this stage until yesterday. That the backdrop with the starry sky and big crescent moon isn't that bad. Isn't this the same one? Isn't this the same as the one that painted on? Anyway, I have water too. Isn't this the same as the one on the stage backdrop? The proof's right here, Detective. This shows it was 6 p.m. when the photo was taken. I know what this moon really is. If you look at this photo, you'll know too. This shows where the moon in the photo came from and the truth of Junie's testimony. What? Where? Where did it show that? If you look right here, it'll all become crystal clear. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm gonna lurk until I fall asleep. Sure thing, board. Excuse me. Y'all are kind of covering up my thing. Thank you. Well, stop stalling. Tell me where I should be looking at. Right here. See where I'm pointing at? Very funny. Now, hurry up and show me what you're talking about. Oh, guess that wasn't it. Let's think about this step by step. What was that moon in the photo really made of? If you look right here, it will all become... Oh, okay. They were still prepping the stage, so its backdrop wasn't in place yet. This photo shows them in the process of moving the backdrop into position. I can see that. That big board hanging here, the size matches too. But there's no picture. That's a crucial detail. It is, but I believe what we're seeing in this photo is the back of the board. The back of the... That's right. At around 6 p.m. when this was taken, a photo of the same board was being taken from the front. What do you mean the front? The front is against the wall. That's where you're wrong. What about the window? Remember how we said the moon shouldn't even exist in this photo? Take a good look. Are you suggesting the moon is the one on the backdrop? Exactly. In short, this photo was taken while the backdrop was being moved. And as you can see here, it was around 6 when the backdrop was being set in place. He's freaking out. So the art room clock was running fast, at least as far back as the day of the murder. How can I ever face Prosecutor Blackwell now? Yes, I just blew a hole in a piece of the prosecution's evidence. Poor Fulbright. Remember, you gotta go Fulbright. I can see the other half of the building over there, and the quad and the stage below. Yeah, this must be the window Detective Fulbright stuck his head out of earlier. Oh, yeah. Thanks for the help, Detective. A true champion of justice always comes running to those in need. Great. Then how about telling us about Prosecutor Blackwell's strategy for tomorrow? All right, let me think. Well... Oh, hey, I'm not falling for that. So close. I can almost taste it. Some wire and a winch. So, this is how they reeled the banner in and out. There's a nice view of the stage from here. Ooh. Prosecutor Gavin is still standing in front of that broken statue. So, it really wasn't you, Apollo. Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. Ugh, I'll never clear my name unless we catch the real culprit. Hey, it's gone. Remember that strange statue in the school camera photo? You're right. Wonder where it's at, where it is. Robin's a member of the Fine Arts Club. Maybe she could shed some light on this. One second. Okay. Well, I think we examined pretty much everything we can. By the way, did Prosecutor Blackwell happen to tell you anything about tomorrow's trial? In justice we trust, it is no use trying to pry more information out of me. Having just learned that the clock had been 1 hour fast, means we're back to square one concerning the suspect's actions that day. I wonder what the main argument will be about now. How the body was moved would be my guess, but Prosecutor Blackwell's got his own plans. Oh, does he now? Detective Fulbright. Try as you might, I won't say another word about the investigation. No, I wasn't going to ask about that. I was just wondering if you'd seen Robin. Oh, you mean Miss Robin Newman? She was here just a moment ago. She mumbled something about watching videos in the lecture hall. Video? What video? Thanks, Detective. Athena, I think we should stop by the lecture hall. Right, let's go. Goodbye. Goodbye, Fulbright. Fulbright. I love how Blackpool calls him Fulbright, but it literally sounds no different than Fulbright. So you can't even tell he's insulting him. I think that's like his weakest insult yet. I think that's because he actually likes Fulbright. There she is. Robin! Hey, Robin! Oh, Athena and Apollo. What are you watching there? Oh, it just so happens to be a video of the mock trial. I had to use a bit of coercion to get it, but the end justifies the means, right? There it is again. Professor Means sure has a lot of influence around here. Care to look into true connection between the murder and the mock trial with me? Sounds great, but do you mind if we ask you a few questions first? Sure, I'll tell you anything you want. Why did you confess? About your confession today. Why'd you do it? Because Juniper hasn't done anything wrong. I had to stop the trials by any means possible. Right. The end justifies the means. So, you're a follower of Professor Means too? Professor Means is a wonderful teacher, as was Professor Corte. I like them both. She brushed that one off like a pro. But with that style of justice, you run into the risk of breaking the law. Well, I'm prepared to quit school because of this case. What? Why? I want to be an artist! That's what I really want, man! But no! My parents forced me to study to become a prosecutor. I'm okay. But thank you for the hydrant and fat Mr. Bob. But if the trial went south, you have to drop out and give up on being a prosecutor. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Oh, wait, I want to drink some cream soda. Talk about someone who literally changes at the pat of an eyelash. I guess she's been dealing with her with her own problems too. That totally makes sense. Yeah, I suppose. But that doesn't make what she did right. The day of the crime. Could you tell us about what you were doing on the night of the murder? Finishing a statue. I was on stage until the last bell. That's right. You made the statues of Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Gavin, didn't you? Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Both of them. This is just a formality. But can you prove you were making the statues at the time? Can I prove it? You think I'm the killer now? No, that's not what I meant. Both Hugh and Robin were still at school after 7 p.m. But neither of them can prove exactly what they were doing. I think there's a third option, and their name is Professor Means. Could one of them really have murdered Professor Corte? Now that the secret's out, have there been any problems now that everyone has known? Has there been any problems now that everyone here knows you're a girl? No worries there. I discussed the matter with Professor Corte some time ago. I told her I wanted to let everyone know I was really a girl. And today, I just found out that she spoke with the school administration on my behalf. Wow, they must really like you. I know, right? But I can finally be myself here at school. I don't have to hide the fact that I love girly clothes. And that's why, Athena, I simply must have this and this by any means possible. What? But this is evidence we need for the trial. Sorry, no can do. Oh, don't be a party pooper, Athena. Come on, please. Pretty, please. Take it in classic in justifies the mean style. Oh, darn it. Anyway, thank you again, Athena. Thank you for revealing who I really am. I wanted everyone to know before the snitch found out. The snitch sounds like a new lead. The snitch. There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. But why would anyone do that? Officially, I hear it is to seek out misconduct among the student body. But rumor has it grades were being bought and sold through the surveillance network. That's bribery. The situation at Themis Legal Academy is worse than I thought. Well, all of this is important stuff. I still want to ask about the thing in the art room. I'll have to present some evidence to show her what I'm talking about, though. Robin, I just remembered something I wanted to ask. This photo shows a piece of art on the table. Do you know? Do you know what it is? What? Whoa! Look at that unique artistic sense. That has to be one of Professor Corte's creations, man! Professor Corte's artistic sense. Professor Corte's artistic sense. That's a tough one. I say it's avant-garde and very eclectic. In other words, it's weird and all over the place. Come to think of it, that strange-looking painting in the art room was one of Professor Corte's works, wasn't it? The statue in the photo was originally a statue of Lady Justice. Lady Justice. Professor Corte had planned on placing it on the judge's bench in the lecture hall. I don't know what happened to that laugh. But the day before the mock trial, it broke while she was polishing it. She said she'd take it back to the art room and try to fix it somehow. So, this is a statue in its proper state? You bet. Just look at that wild silhouette. Wow, it is so cute. I don't get it. Do you have to be an artist to appreciate stuff like this? Athena, the Lady Justice that you put back together on that stage. Oh, right. I didn't realize it before because it was in pieces, but before it was smashed, maybe it didn't look like Lady Justice, but more like it does in the photo. But what in the world was it doing on the stage? Well, I think that about covers it. Okay then, how about watching the mock trial video with me? What do you say? Sure, sounds good to me. So how do you want to watch it? All classroom desks at this school have their own built-in computer, you know. Wow, this place is definitely a lot cushier than I thought. I know you guys are in a hurry, so I'll just fast forward it to the important parts. Let's start with Professor's pre-trial speech. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. Oh, that sounds like Professor Means. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. Is the camera like this the whole time? Yeah, it's in a fixed position in front of the stage. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. How come teachers' speeches always make me so sleepy? Let's just skip to the end of his speech. Now, let the mock trial begin. Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Looks like to me she cut right in front of the camera. Juniper was also in charge of the audio. Even though she was already playing a part in the mock trial itself, she had to do it to keep the script. To keep the script details secret. She was all over the place that day. When she wasn't in trial, she was in the audio room controlling and dealing with the music. Oh, so this is what the lecture hall looks like. Looks like there's a judge's bench back by the screen and a witness stand up front. What about those balconies with the professor names on them? Those are the faculty seats. Professor Means and Professor Corte were in charge of scoring the mock trial. Okay, let's fast forward this a bit. And that's why the defendant is definitely guilty! That was me. Can you tell? Objection. A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab her professor with an arrow. I don't think so. You read that line in the mock trial, Apollo, but you made it sound kind of weird. Cut me some slack. It was my first time reading that script. I think Juniper's going to speak next. I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted your honor, but I didn't mean it. Wow, what an emotional performance. She put a real actress to shame. Wait, could you go back and play that scene again? You really think that's necessary? I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted your honor, but I didn't mean it. Stop. Did you hear that? I think you're onto something. Play that last part again. I don't follow. What are you guys so excited about? I think this piece of evidence should explain it. Time to show Robin the piece of evidence that links the line we just heard to the case. I'm sure you remember this. It contains a female voice shouting a violent threat. I'll play it for you. Your honor! The voices and performance do sound similar, but I can't believe this is happening. It's just a possibility, but if the voice on this tape is really a recording, one made from the mock trial video, then that means this evidence was fabricated. They didn't do a voice print analysis in time for court today. That's why the gender of the voice became so important. And if the real killer had foreseen that a gender would become a key in today's trial, he would have tried to deflect attention away from himself by making the suspect female. So basically, the only one with something to gain from doing this is our sole male suspect. Wait a second. No way! Professor Mean's credo is the end justifies the means. So it makes perfect sense that a student who took those words to heart would fabricate evidence. We need to get that tape analyzed as soon as possible. Allow me to assist you with that. Who? Oh, Gavin! Prosecutor Gavin. At least you make some kind of noise. At least make some kind of noise, so we know you're there. It's a go big or go home with the rock star entrance to this floor line. It's heavy. Timing is everything. Let me make a copy of that tape right away, and I'll get you the results as soon as I can. I trust that would be all right. Very much so. Thanks. Well, Athena, it's almost sundown. Isn't it about time we head over to the detention center? I think Junie will agree that this is something that could prove her innocence, but will her heart really be open to accepting it? She had to have known that this is what I'd find. I got some bad news, Junie. Hugo's a killer. Isn't that no, October the 30th is Halloween. And that about covers the main gist of our investigation. I see. Very interesting. You've been quite the busy beaver today. Thank you for all your hard work, Athena. Well, my time is about up, and it'll be getting dark soon, so... Junie! You must be tired after being on your feet all day. You should go home and... No, wait! You have to listen to me. I don't want to hear any more. I know what you're going to say, Athena. Junie, you promised. We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery. And we're going to bring you solid evidence, just showing just what the truth is. We succeed in doing that. I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. So please, just listen to what I have to say. Once you've heard me out, I'll let you decide what to do. The voice in this recording has been proven to be yours, Junie. And in the mock trial video, we can hear you reading your line from the script. We're having both of them analyzed now, but from what I can tell, the voices are the same. And the only one who benefit from faking the voice recording would be Hugh. But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, Hugh confessed in order to protect me. This may sound strange, but his confession is a ploy to make himself look less suspicious. In other words, he was just pretending to protect you. Besides, his confession came after you, and Robin had already confessed. If he hadn't confessed right then and there as well, wouldn't that have seemed a little suspicious? Say what you will, Athena, but none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. Hugh is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Wait, Athena. My bracelet reacted just now. It did? But why? Junie, can you look me in the eye and repeat what you just said? Oh, none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. He was a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Now I'm sure of it. She's lying. Uh-oh. Is this just all one huge lie? Because you're like, is she just that bad of a liar that this is just like a completely awful, like thing? What? What general? What is the one general rule of thumb for these? No, I remember.
Gotcha.
No, there it is, Juniper. You're feeling nervous, aren't you? No, that's not the thing. I'm not. The student council president isn't so easily shaken. Nice try, but I spotted a telltale habit of yours. Huh? I don't know what you're talking. Apollo, it's you and your loud voice that's unnerving her. No, I already told you I'm not nervous. I'm not student council president for nothing. Well, in any case, it looks like I got that one wrong. I didn't mean to click that. I did not mean to click that. I was waiting for something. It has to be this line. I think it's this line. There's got to be something she's doing that is odd, that looks out of place. I mean, she's sitting there looking to the side
Gotcha.
throughout it all. I thought they were trying to trip me up and maybe think that she's just lying the whole entire time, but... All right, she has blushes on her cheeks. Let me focus on those. I feel like it has to be something really subtle. It has to be never causes trouble, because I keep on bringing up if you have a prior conviction that marks you from not letting you get graduate. Not sweating. All right, this has to be just normal. Something's got to be different. Maybe it's on grades. On her finger twitch. Something's got to be moving that is not moving on the rest of these. But maybe, is there some, I thought I've done this before in 3D. I'm trying to see if her mouth, the way she moves her mouth changes. Whoa, 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 whoa. I thought I saw something. I know that the tail will continue to move when I pause on it. That's the thing. Oh, did she move down? Did her head move down? Oh, wait. Something switched. Something switched there. There's a switch on never. Something switched on never. Two things, actually. So, see, I know something's changing. I just don't know if I can fit it in the eye. Something changed and I don't know what it is. It has to be on never. Something switched on never. I can't. It looked like her head moved just slightly down or something, like her eyebrows or something. It's like the most subtlest twitch. I don't know. That's one thing true for all persons. Like something on never is showing as different. Hey, Lynn. Hi, McCann. How are you? This is hard. Doing good? Nice. Still one thing true for all. I just got that. It's still one thing that's true for all perceived segments. The thing that should be different should show up. Should make it obvious even when I perceive. What is this mechanic? It's the perceive mechanic. There it is. If you're really nervous, no, that's one thing or not. That's right. Okay, I just clicked whenever she was about to blink. If you like to hear it, let me know. It doesn't actually lead you to some let me know. It doesn't actually lead you to some answer. It's just some confusion. Like something changed. But suddenly stuff are changing and I don't know what it is. This is Apollo's mechanic where he looks at people in their line and you have to point out what their tail is. don't know. I guess that.
Gotcha.
Juniper, you start coughing when you're what the that does not look like a cough. Yeah, that's it. Juniper, you start coughing when you're under stress. You can't hide it from me no matter how hard you try. And when you said it never causes trouble, a cough escaped and made your scarf flutter. As for why you were stressed, it's because you were lying. Junie, are you trying to hide Hugh's connection to this case? You're trying to hide Hugh's connection to this case, aren't you? I believe that also ties into a secret about yourself. A secret about me? I don't understand. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. The tail persists for the whole part of the statement, not part of the sentence that is white instead of gray. It doesn't appear on just one word. Yeah, but that was just like I know that because I know that you could pause and you're supposed to see like, you know, their finger twitch. You know, it doesn't have, you just have to pause on the statement. That's the lie. But how the hell am I supposed to think a scarf fluttering in the wind is the tail? He ended their friendship after he found out about Junie's secret, which means they needed a better tail. Let's be honest. Or they needed to make that more obvious. Like they needed to have it like, I don't know, actually like fluttering more rather than like a simple one. Unless they really wanted it to be really hard. He found out about Junie's secret, which means Hugh must have felt betrayed by Junie, making her an accomplice to snitch. Making her the snitch. You were Professor Corte's snitch, weren't you? In general, unless the tail's on the face, their face should only be the only part of them that is moving. Yeah. There's a rumor going on about one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationship, our interest, and reporting it to the one of the professors. And while fulfilling that role, you learned something about Hugh you'd rather forget. But I will give it to you. That time barely moved. It barely did. It barely did. Now told me about the whole pausing on the statement to let you see what's moving out of what's like, you know, moving that shouldn't be moving, you know? Like, why would I think that, like, every time I moved to the scarf, it looked like it was moving, and every time I moved to the scarf, it was on never. So why would I? I don't know what you're talking about. Junie, please, stop hiding things from me. I hate having to force things out of you like this. Looks like we're going to have to do this the hard way. Time to review the evidence and see if I can't prove my hypothesis. My hypothesis. I must have something that proves Junie's the snitch and Hugh's connection to the case. I'm relieved to see you're coming around. You see, I wasn't trying to hide anything. Juniper's one cool customer, Athena. Well, wait, I don't think that was the right piece of evidence. Whatever you showed me won't change the fact that I've already told you all I know. I must have something that proves Junie's the snitch and Hugh's connection to the case. Right here in Professor Corte's planner, it says routine report. I believe this is meant to be when this is meant to be me. I believe this is meant to mean when the snitch would report to Professor Corte. I also believe Professor Corte planned to meet Hugh in private based on the snitch's info. And from their meeting, Hugh must have put two and two together and figured out your secret. So you see, it all makes sense only if you're the snitch, Junie. Aw. Forgive me. Forgive me, Tina. I've been lying to you this whole time. The truth is, I suspected you from the start. You did? Now, this is surprising. I'm so sorry. I talked about friendship so much. But I've been a terrible friend. Juniper, I don't have that special kind of hearing that Athena does. But I don't need it to sense the pain you're feeling inside. And its intensity, it's directly proportional to how you feel about your friend. Am I right? Apollo, please. Please, Junie, tell me why you suspected Hugh. I have a feeling that would be the key to getting to the bottom of this whole case. What exactly was your role as a class snitch? Professor Corte had told me how Academy alumni had strayed from the path of justice. The dark age of law, huh? She didn't want any more of our students going astray like that. But few others at the Academy shared her view. I thought her ideas were beautiful, though sad and unrealistic. She asked you to be her eyes and ears, didn't she? I used to report once a month about any wrongdoings I'd seen or heard about. And that report session in her planner, the one from October 22nd, was a part of that. Yes, that's when I reported you to Professor Corte. She snitched on her own friend? I had accidentally overheard you talking. What did you hear? He was talking to someone on the phone. I think one of his parents. What were they talking about? Something about paid money or good test scores. I only heard him talking, so I never did find out who the money was going to. What? That's bribery. Hugh was buying his way through school, and if that's the case, then that evidence has always seemed out of place. That evidence that always seemed out of place might actually be about his secret. We found this while we were investigating the stage. It's got Hugh's name on it. I didn't know what the number meant at the time, but now that I'm hearing about bribes, it must mean that a bribe of 120,000 grand was paid in October. Once more, take a look at this mark. It's the same mark. The same mark is on the pages of Professor Corte's planner. Hey, you're right. Wait, but why would Professor Corte have that kind of information in her planner? You don't really think the person who was taking the bribe money was... It's just a possibility at this point, but it may indeed have been Professor Corte. But That is impossible. She'd be the last person I ever suspect of accepting a bribe. Like I said, it's just one possibility, but a rather good one. Maybe their private talk had to do with the possibility of the bribery being exposed. And what started out as a little argument soon got out of hand. It's not your fault, Junie. Anybody would have suspected you if they knew what you knew. No, I don't believe that alone would have driven him to murder. There's another reason why I suspected you. You've got to be kidding me. There's another reason? I saw Hugh around 7 p.m. the day before the mock trial. Oh, she's finally ready to talk about that. When I saw him, his oh, Ina. Junie, are you all right? Just try to relax and tell me what happened.
I never wanted to see what I did. But I'll have to live with it, won't I? In that hallway, Hugh's hands. His hands were dripping with blood.
Whoa. His hands were dripping with, I can't, now that we heard the voice actor, I don't want to, I feel bad. What? But why? What am I going to do? Deep down, I know you can't be the killer. Plot twist! But my mind keeps telling me he is. No matter how hard I try to convince myself he isn't. Oh, what am I going to do? Please. I can't take this anymore. Dina. So, she hid the fact that she had seen Hugh and said that she went home at 6 because she wanted to avoid talking about what she saw. Junie, it must have been terrible holding all of that in. But it's going to be okay. I'll get to the bottom of this. And that's my promise from one good friend to another. I'll be defending Juniper tomorrow. And if that's okay with you, Professor Means? My main concern is whether you can defeat that prosecutor. But I won't try to stop you. I'll be watching from the gallery. I shall look forward to seeing what sort of results your methods can produce. Good luck tomorrow. Now, if you would excuse me. Ina, I'm sorry. I really mean it. I wish I had trusted you from the start. You have to uncover the truth tomorrow. I know you can do it. Oh, don't worry. We already know that the prosecution's key piece of evidence is fake. And thanks to you, we figured out the motive, too. Let's give this our best shot, Athena. Let tomorrow be the day Juniper walks free. I wouldn't have it any other way. We should be all ready now. What could possibly go wrong this time? Everything goes completely wrong. Still, there's this strange, uneasy feeling I can't shake. I better be imagining it. Oh. I better be imagining it. Uh-oh. Here we go. Uh-oh. We're back in court. Are we going to be able to finish this? Will we be able to finish it? That's the question. I feel like this has been one of my cool... This has slowly become one of my quickest court cases. Were you able to sleep last night? Huh? Oh, sleep. Sure, I slept for a grand total of 0 hours. Hey, Kevin! Gluten more than you two. You look like you're ready to put on a real show. But before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. I think you can finish it. The night is young. I do too. The voice print analysis came back, and the results couldn't be more clear. The voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. In other words, the recording's a fabrication. The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they found signs of overdubbing, but it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Thump? Huh? Who's there? Wait! Did you see who it was? No, I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. I wonder if he saw her hand. Oh, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and the box girl were listening in too. I'll make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you. Okay. All that's left now is to reach out to the truth. Time for a mini Chords of Steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Athena Sykes and I'm fine. I'm surprised Gavin didn't go in there. I'm Gavin and I'm fine. He should have joined in. I wish Gavin joined in. Court is now in session. Day 2. All rise. He has to save his voice, I guess. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. The Sykes Brigade is totally psyched. Or, the defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready as well. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackwheel? Yes, well, moving right along. Good evening, welcome back to Crazy Lawyer Lynn. Hi, Everett! You came back right when we just started the trial. We just found out that one of the pieces of evidence was fabricated. Yesterday's adjournment was unexpected yet necessary. But I'll be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anybody. Understood? Your baldness. Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor have recanted their confessions. But later, I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can charge them with perjury. Well, this sure complicates matters. Still, one must not overlook the facts. Now, about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday. A pity, but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clock runs fast. It cannot function as an accurate measurement of time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak. Poor Detective Fulbright. I hope he returns to work with all his body parts intact. But if that's the case, then what will we? The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from the art room to the stage. And I mean to prove it here today. I mean to prove it here this day. It's just like Detective Fulbright said, but What else does he have up his sleeve? My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room, as evidenced by the blood stain. Blood was also found on some of the pottery next to the window over the maintenance area, which is to say the body was carried over to that very window. From there, it was dropped down to the maintenance area below, though there was nary a scratch to the body aside from the fatal wound. That, too, was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. Then the ball cart was used to haul the body over to the stage. That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same as that body moving scheme as the script. Anyone could have moved the body that way. Your propensity. Yes. Hold on, wait, I gotta look this up. I want to think of prosperity, but that is not. Propensity. An inclination or natural tendency to behave in a particular way.
Propensity.
Propensity. Ah, okay, thank you. Google, thank you. Propensity. Your propensity to spew forth words before you think is not very clever either. Why you? Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth. Is it Miriam? Oh, it's you little shithead. Don't hit me. Oh, well then. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Hugh O'Connor. I'm a senior at Themis Legal Academy, and I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday, I told that lawyer there that I would testify to the truth. O'Connor, the 30-year-old, 18-year-old. So I tend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Sykes. What is he up to now? The court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. Connor. Your testimony, please. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Sykes? Or maybe you thought I was going to bring up something else entirely against your client. Never a snakebeak comeback whenever I need one. He's coming straight at us today using any means possible. To protect the students who had to climb up high when setting up the stage, a mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse. Our client is a student council president. What's wrong with her taking upon herself to put a mat away after they used it?
Objection.
Oh, there is plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. Ergo, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body. Oh, it sucks being the last to know everything. I think I get it now. The drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat.
If the only mat of that thickness was where the body was assumed to have dropped, it would be hard to deny a possible link to this case.
We're off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena? It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm going to turn your arrogant perfect score grin into a teary-eyed frown of failure. Is he carrying a gift wrapped RPG? No, that's a bow and arrow. He's in the archery club. You gotta remember that. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. Hold it right there. What? I was just getting to the important part. Eager to unsheath your blade, Sykes Dono, your heavy breath heaves to where I stand. What is that? What? Your heavy breath heaves to where I stand. What? Has he been reading fan fiction? How rude! A human's breath doesn't travel anywhere near that far. So the only issue is distance. You're not denying that you're a heavy breather. What? I'm just saying that scientific studies have proven that it's not. Hang in there, Athena. No matter how many insults they hurl, it won't affect the judge's opinion of you. What about my own self-esteem? Let's get back to what happened before the mock trial. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. Our client was simply putting the mat away. It had nothing to do with this case. That is where you are wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a 3-story fall. Hence, the mat dragged by the accused was essential to moving the body. If we win this one, I promise to donate another thick mat to the academy. Now, show me how to show you the truth. You have my full cooperation. Someone forgot to tell Athena that this isn't a place to resolve her self-esteem. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. Mr. O'Connor, are you positive you were standing exactly where you said? I was between the stage and the maintenance area, and she was behind the backdrop. He's sticking to his guns. The issue here is where he was standing when he says he saw Junie. But nothing I say will mean anything without evidence. Time to dig a little deeper. I know, another Ace Attorney diagram. Oh, and before you ask, I had my glasses on. Therefore, I'm positive it was Juniper. That is not an issue. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. You shouldn't assume anything. It only shows that you're not positive. Such wild momentum. Perhaps you were a raging bull in your past life. Don't compare me to some stupid farm animal. Boy, Justice Dono. Our assertion is Juniper was simply putting the mat away. In that case, where would she be taking it? Oh, to the storehouse over in the maintenance area? Precisely. Therefore, there's not wrong with the witness's judgment in this matter. It is your wild charges that are the issue here. But I cannot help it if you keep seeing red. He's going to get a face full of Justice Apollo style if he keeps that up. Anyway, I saw her heading towards me. I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. Then it's entirely possible that someone else moved the body, correct?
Objection.
Are you mad or merely delusional? Everyone in the lecture hall before the mock everyone was in the lecture hall before the mock trial. The rest of the campus was empty. Ergo, the only probable suspects were the 3 trial participants.
I know. Thank you for stating the obvious. I also know that you, Hugh O'Connor, were one of the participants. Mr. Confidence sure goes all out when he tells the truth. Well, I don't think he meant for any of that to be misleading, but it doesn't make it factual. Careful now, Athena. A genius like Hugh could be leading you right into a trap. I'd be surprised if he wasn't, but all I can do is charge forward with both eyes open. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial. The rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. Is he driving the forklift? Heading towards me, I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. The trial was packed before the mock trial. The rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I don't think I understood the first one of the parking lot next to the bridge. The only thing I can think is this. That's one. Okay. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that.
I want to say, because we saw Juniper, right? On the video, turns out she was doing the audio, right? That's how we found out. So how does he know the lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty? She was sitting there running around having to do stuff with the audio. So how is she gonna run around the whole campus? You know? Like, how is she gonna leave when she's supposed to be working on audio to go move a mat? When she's working on the audio, getting the evidence ready, getting the costumes ready, and having to be a part of the trial herself, playing 2 parts. I guess in society, no one mounts security cameras at the loading dock on a school campus. I don't think. I mean, that's something like I feel like that is something that happened fairly recently. I'm pretty sure you can find a lot of schools that still don't have that type of stuff. Okay, we gotta prove. What do we gotta prove? The lecture hall was packed for the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. I don't know what I'm supposed to be disproving, other than maybe that she wasn't where he said she was. I want to save real quick. I'm kind of... This is not a clear-cut direction on what I'm trying to prove or disprove. Mr. Common sure goes all and chill. I don't think it's meant for you to be misleading, but it doesn't make it factual. Careful now. Are you familiar with Maximilian Zeus? I'd be surprised if he wasn't. All I could do is charge forward. From Batman. No, I don't think I am. Hi, Nell. How are you tonight? Thank you for the raid. Hold on, let me give you a shout out. Hi, gamer. Hold on. Let me just. I finished Skin Deep, then more. I finished Skin Deep, then played more Jedi. Oh, nice. What is Skin Deep? Hold on, I have to check out your stream. Skin Deep. Oh. First person shooter. Ooh. It looks cool. I saw when I was getting ready to start my stream, you were already on Jedi. So I was like, oh, okay. Maximilian Zeus is a rich guy who has a mental break and thinks he's the god Zeus. I remember that professor is basically behaving like him. I come bearing knowledge. Hello, Cave Johnson. Okay. I'm gonna try this. Nope. Okay, that's not it. I'm bearing the knowledge which has been impressed upon me over the last few hours. You cannot strip of Robertson. Wait, are we talking about the last name Robertson? Or are we talking about, you know, a weenie? What are we talking about? The Robertson screw is the most Canadian. Oh, it's a screw. Oh. Huh. The most Canadian kind of screw. I'm gonna have to look up this kind of screw. I want to see a Canadian looking screw. Robertson screw. Oh, it's square. Huh. I guess I can see why. funny square one only found in Canada. No, sadly. I really don't know what the clear-cut idea behind this is. I saw her heading, okay. I assume she was on her way to the maintenance area, but I didn't have time to stand around. Okay, let me go back and press on this. Do not use maple syrup for screwing. Oh, why not? That's how you get a yeast infection. You shouldn't assume anything else shows you're not positive. Such wild momentum. Perhaps you were a raging bull once your past life. Don't compare me to some super farm animal. Boy, Justice don't know. Our assertion is Juniper is simply putting the mat away. In that case, where would she be taking it? Oh, to the storehouse over the maintenance area? Precisely. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with the witness's judgment in this matter. It's your wild charges that are the issue here. But I cannot help it if you keep seeing red. It's going to get a face full of Justice Apollo style if he keeps that up. I tried using funny pentalobe screws, stripped them instantly, had to go back to using vice scripts. Makes sense. Thus ends my highly stereotypical discussion of Canada. Turn towards me. I was watching her from a vantage point. Mr. O'Connor, are you positive you were standing exactly where you said you were? I was between the stage and the maintenance area, and she was behind the backdrop. Sticking to his guns. The issue here is where you was standing when he said he saw Junie. But nothing I say will mean anything without evidence. Time to dig a little deeper. Oh, I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. I found my evidence. Okay, I needed to hear that hint. Okay. I know exactly the evidence. So, you saw the back of the stage between the stage and the maintenance area? Well, let's take a look at this photo by Miss Scuttlebutt, shall we? This photo shows that the students are setting up the stage the day before the mock trial. Do you see the big construction screen to the right of the stage in the background here?
Why, yes. There were a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago, too. It was so nosy behind there, but I couldn't take a peek. Oh, how it piqued my interest.
Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Now, let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Since it was to the right of the stage, it should be right here. And from this vantage point, the witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop.
Oh my, but the screen would have been completely in the way.
That's right. Therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point.
Ouch.
I hate when I mess up a project and I have to resort to that sort of thing.
Order, Mr. O'Connor. Have you been lying to this court?
The screen, right. It must have slipped my mind. What are you trying to tell me, Mr. Genius, forgot about something as literally as big as that? There are two kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind you mouth breathers have. And the genius level lapses of memory that people like me have. Why don't you just admit that it was a normal, everyday brain fart already?
Will the witness now please reinstate what he remembers, minus the memory lapses of memory?
That's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen. You are testifying that our client was behind the stage. I remind this court, the back of the stage is not visible from the front. To actually see our client behind the stage from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself would also have to be in the same area behind the stage. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor.
Ouch.
Transfer a block of wood to a stud inside a wall to hold up a replacement panel resorts to a strip of thinner material screwed to the inside of the drywall instead. I hate trying to find studs. Nice one, Athena. Keep it up.
Objection.
All right, golden boy. Is this not your chance? Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest.
The truth? What truth?
The fact that golden boy here was where he initially stated. That is to say, he was between the maintenance area and the stage.
I have a massive hole in the wall. You know what? That is finding them pretty easy. But then the screen would have blocked his view of.
Objection.
On the ground, yes, his view would have been blocked indeed. But considering how smoke always wants to rise up high.
Theta, look at the photo again. Do you think something on the other side of the screen, something high enough to see the stage? No way. This crane right here? I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither, but it's safe to assume it was moved before you found the body.
That's far enough, Prosecutor Blackwell. Remember, you promised.
Wait, I messed up.
I recall making no such promise. It was you who came blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information.
What's all this about a promise? Is this about whatever Blackwell is using against him? And what's this got to do with the crane? Excuse me, 1 second.
Golden Boy did not go up in that crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator within school grounds. What do you mean to tell? Wait. What do you mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane? The witness, I object to the prosecutor's last statement. There's no proof I ever operated that crane.
Actually, there just might be something that proves you did. That is what he finds odd about this school.
What?
If this whole part-time job thing is true, I doubt it would be limited to a single day. You were probably working at the same site the previous day, too. Is this what you're thinking of, Athena? Yep. As the court can see, this photo captured the crane operator. And if you look carefully, he bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor.
Are you serious? This is ridiculous. How very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains.
The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light.
That is all very well and good, but just how do you propose to do that?
The person in the photo has really one distinguishing feature. I'm not 100% sure, but at least it's worth a try. We can clearly identify the person in this photo by his fingerprints, by his hobby, by his neck. By his, I guess, his neck? By examining his neck. The figure in the photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck.
Why, yes, I can see it's right there, but then are you saying you mean...
Is he wearing a dog collar? I don't know what he's wearing. Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar. But that exactly is why I believe this warrants further examination. No, not a chance. That would be a blatant violation of my privacy. You are a disgrace of a man. Now start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off. Wow! Yeah, what's the big deal? Now, let's see your neck! Guess I have no choice. Why are we zooming in? What? Why does he have a collar? What is this? This reminds me. What? The clown? I don't have. What? Which clown trial? I know that there's a future one.
Oh my.
So, where did you buy that neckband? If I might ask.
I didn't buy it. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world.
The one I think that's a different game because I've never gotten to that one. Yeah, that's a different one. That one's, I think, future. Because I never seen her. I don't know which game it is, but I have not seen her. I've not seen the clown. I think that might be the Edgeworth Files. I don't know. I've not run into the pink clown hair lady at all. Well, it sure looks like a neckband in the photo. Should we have the photo analyzed? Yeah, I've never, no. Cave Johnson, I've never played that. I think you're talking about future game stuff. You might be spoiling me. I think you're spoiling me. I'm just gonna casually. Actually, I don't know how to delete stuff. No. That's a future game, yeah. No. I'm going in release order. I played all the first Phoenix Wrights, but that's a future one. That's a later one past Apollo Justice. It wasn't in the trilogy. Shh. 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 Yeah. Shh. Shh. I mean, I've seen the animation where Edgeworth goes, "Your Honor, I demand that the client." At least he didn't spell the solution. That's true. I've seen that one Edgeworth thing where he goes, where he, he's looking at the clown lady, and it's like that animation where he goes, "Your Honor, I demand that the client." Yeah, I really don't want to say. Hold on, what is it? Oh wait.
I'm Probably.
No. What is that animation? This one. This one. I've seen this animation. Yeah, this one. I've been a little spoiled to that. Kinda. But I didn't know the lady's name. I think you're fine, but I'm just saying, you know, really quickly. That is a game I've not played, you know? You haven't spoiled much. Because I've seen that animation a little bit. The witness, I ordered her to put her whole butt, but nothing on her butt on my face. Yes. You are one irritating lady. Fine, I admit it. I worked a part-time construction job. It has nothing to do with our school. Operating heavy equipment is no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. Okay, listen here. I don't think you need a license to do that. I'm pretty sure you need a license. But I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school. But when you factor in all of the required testing, apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane? Oh, about that. You see, I'm a genius, so you know. Are you lying about your age?
Objection.
Let us dispense with this inane charade, golden boy. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't. High school seniors are 19 at most. Thus, they fail to complete the requirements. But that does not apply to you, does it, Mr. O'Connor? Well, I'm glad someone spoofed this game, which has been cried out to the heavens to be spoofed. Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so it's around that age, right? No, don't, please. Actually, Golden Boy here is 25. What? 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 He took a 7. Blackwell, that's mean, but still at the same time. What? He's so happy about this. He took a 7-year break from school. Stop laughing. You're being a bully. Oh my gosh. I don't know how to feel about this. Wait, come again? Take a gander at the official school enrollment documentation. 'Tis all right there. Ugh! Ouch! 25? You mean he's older than me? A 25-year-old high school student. Can we stop being mean to this guy? Some people take a little while. A 7-year break. 7 years. I've just one thing to say. There are 2 kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you mouth breathers take. And the genius kind people like me take. But a genius would quickly become a chore. But a genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year break. I think you have that backwards, Athena. Even geniuses make mistakes. I just happen to make mine only 7 years in a row. You couldn't get away with using only. You could get.
Only Hugh could get away with using only like that. Was my joke about O'Connor's age the actual truth? Wow, after my true sees hypothesis was wrong, I seem to be wrong about this one too.
Enough of this jibber jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all she needed to move. The accused readied all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further.
Considering considering that the body was moved in the same manner as the script, I find prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade me?
As long as the mat was used to move the body, Junie's going to be under suspicion.
Athena, I just thought of something. What was Hugh doing in the crane right before the mock trial? He couldn't have been on the job at the time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start.
Yeah, why was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think... Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, Miss Sykes.
I've got it. I've got an amazing idea that will turn the prosecution's claim on its head. Little conjecture has never stopped us before.
Interesting.
Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane to move the screen, move the body. Move the screen, move yourself, move the body. The body was just like it was in the script. So it must have been moved like in the script too. At least that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish.
He's enjoying this.
Those are pretty strong, Athena. Are you sure about this? The witness is a licensed crane operator, so he could have used it to move the body.
Objection.
Well, Golden Boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more on the matter. Save that this does not bode well for you.
Wait, he's on my side this time? Or is this another trap?
Watch this.
Stop! Yo! Stop! Somebody get him.
I can use a bow and arrow one-handed.
Wow, that's a crazy level of dexterity.
I can even drive a crane with one hand. That's easy. But operating the crane itself is so complex, it requires both hands. Now, I would have the court to look at this.
Oh, please tell me that's a ketchup stain.
You wish. My hand was injured and required surgery. That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time.
I didn't even question that.
I have already verified this with the hospital of treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say.
So, how did you hurt it?
I see no need to discuss that. It has no relevance to this case. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by the crane.
Now I'm the fool.
I'd planned on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, but then I got injured. Wanting to keep my part-time job a secret, I had to do it just before the mock trial instead.
And here I thought this was the big break we were waiting for.
Now that the defense's sophistry,
What? Okay, hold it. Wait. I've never seen this word too. I know it's about sophistication. Sophistry. Sophistry. Got it. That is, I misspelled it.
Sophistry.
Sophistry. Use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving. What was it? Sophistry?
Sophistry.
Sophistry. Sophistry.
Sophistry.
Sophistry. Okay. It is not related to sophistication. Thank you, Cave Johnson. I don't know. Like, you know, that it has the same. The I makes the E noise as an eh. Okay. Sophistry. Hold it. What is that? Okay. Hold it. Wait. Is SPHO? Is that a What is it whenever there's like a word? What are they called? Sometimes you have words that start at the beginning of a word or end of the word, and they have a certain meaning because they're from Greek letters, from Greek words. What are those words called? That's why some words are related. Like hydro, like hydrophobic, like phobic is the one. The soft is soft as in soft. Yeah, but what are they called? Yeah, Greek root. There we go. Greek root. Soft means wise or clever. Found in words like philosopher, sopher, sophomore, a wise fool, referring to the student's exaggerated opinion of their wisdom at that age. Sophit. That's what sophomore means. A wise fool, referring to the student. The word sophist also comes from the root originally meaning master or of one's craft, but later taken on a negative connotation of fallacious reasoner who uses clever but unsound arguments. Okay, thank you, AI. I mean, you may not be right. Suffix, prefix, yes. Suffix, prefix type things. Yes, thank you, Mr. Bob. That's what I was thinking of. I know the English stuff. I just don't know the words to the English stuff. AI is more wrong and often right. Yeah. I wonder if that's what sophomore actually means. What does sophomore mean in Greek? I learned that sophomore means Greek, wise fool in Greek. Sounds about right. Okay, that seems to be true. Yeah, I really hate that Google AI feature. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong. It's a mixed bag. I know I've seen it be completely wrong a lot of times. Okay, now that the defense's sophistry is laid bare, I would have the court recall my claim.
The body was dropped out of the third floor window to a mat near the maintenance area? Then a ball cart was used to move it to the stage. See, I've been paying attention.
Well done, your baldness. Now consider this. The accused was sighted dragging that mat. Ergo, it was she who moved the body.
Well, I think you were on the right track, Athena.
You do? Yeah, Juniper remains the prime suspect. We assume the body was moved per her script. So as a defense, you had to figure out how else the body could have been moved. But, oh, is he telling me to think of another way besides the crane?
Miss Sykes, if you have a counter argument, this court would love to hear it. And if you do not, it is time for the verdict. Isn't that correct, Your Baldness?
No, not yet. All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right?
Well, that would show that the mat had nothing to do with this case.
There is a sword of great renown that cuts down sophistic. Is it sophistic? Because I'm thinking of sophisticated again. Hold on, is it sophistic? This should be sophistic. Like sophistic. Sophistic. See, I want to say it so fast that my accent wants to make it sophistic. Hold on. Go back to sophistry. Sophistic. Is it sophistic? Hold it. No. You're supposed to tell me how to say it. That is why I search using you.
Sophistic.
Sophistic, yeah. Sophistic. It's just unnecessary for me, and you can't really turn it off. Yeah. Cuts down sophistic lawyers. Its name is evidence. You don't scare me. Force a smile, Athena. You can do it. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and creepy grin. Just focus on how the body could have been moved without it being dropped. It doesn't work if you add fuck to your search query. Is that true? I don't know if okay. Cause what the fuck? Here. No, it still added it. How could anyone lower it? Lower it. All right. How could anyone lower it without just dropping it? It's not like it could fly. I did that before I found out you could add minus AI to your search. Try something like the sky is blue versus the sky is blue. Fuck. Or maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage. Someone could have easily used that thing.
Yes, of course. Miss Sykes, the court would like to see what you have for us.
I like how he just gave a nod to the judge, and the judge was like, oh, yeah, I don't know. I was kind of zoning out, too. All I have to do is show the tiniest shred of a possibility. The mat and ball weren't used to move the body. This is what was used. I want to say because I think I know what it is, but just in case, you know, just in case. The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Might I propose an idea? It might do you well to tie your lips together lest you further expose your ignorance. Why is he always laughing? This man, for a guy who has been charged with murder, he is sure is a happy guy. This
isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Prosecutor Blackquill. Anyway, the court will recall the wire on which the school banner was hung. That wire was strung between the art room and the stage, which allowed students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. The body could have easily been lowered down to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your armchair theories. This wasn't some kind of high wire act. The body surely would have fallen. Yet there are no signs of blunt force trauma.
Oh, you surprised me, Prosecutor Blackquill. You didn't actually think I failed to account for that?
I'm sure that's what exactly what he thought.
When we investigated the stage yesterday, the bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are useful for carrying things. What do you think this one could have carried?
Well, go on. Please explain.
The body was bundled into a pouch-like section of the banner and sent down the wire. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash. There would be no need for a mat.
I've heard the phrase carrying the banner, but the banner doing the carry. I've no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as the corpse performing that absurd high wire act.
If you have an actual objection, then just come out and say it.
I trust you recall the bloodstains left on the art room pottery. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have been via the window above the quad, the one with the winch. However, the blood-stained pottery was next to the window above the maintenance area. Ergo, the wire and banner had not at all to do with this case.
Oh, the blood-stained pottery. I remember that.
This doesn't look good. We'll be back to the mat theory if you don't do something. Well, Mrs. Sykes, I hope you have something better than this circus act.
If my wire theory's true, then the blood on the pottery must not have been... It's not in evidence. Blood at all. Yeah, it's not in evidence. I don't know if we could say it's blood. At first, we thought it was red glaze, but it turned out to be blood. But what if we go back to the time when it was just red glaze by all accounts?
Objection!
But the police have clearly identified it as blood.
Oh, well, thank you for that. That's all I needed. Thank you. The victim's blood. Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from?
Shame on you, Sykes Dono. Have a little more respect for the constabulary. Fulbright!
I like the way I said it. Constabulary. Constabulary. That's what I said, didn't I?
Looks like they didn't check it.
Constable is one syllable. Constable? Kay Johnson, I'm Southern. That's not going to happen.
Ah, don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackquill. Everyone makes mistakes.
Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till the tests are run.
True, but in the meantime, I'm going to press my claim as far as I can.
Your baldness. I demand that the blood on the pottery be analyzed this instant. Of course, it shouldn't take long to get the results back. Oh my, that was quick.
Or history turns out to be the victim's blood. Please, please let it be somebody else's.
It seems the blood was not from the victim. What? Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved in this case reveals that the blood belongs to one Hugh O'Connor.
Score! Score! Don't worry, Junie. Just try to relax. His hands were dripping with blood. Your Honor, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand had suffered a serious injury. He sustained the wound in a struggle with the victim, and his blood got on the pottery. Then Junie saw his blood-stained hands as they passed each other in the first-floor hall. It's the only explanation that covers everything.
Objection.
There is but one way now to turn aside her blade, but do not cast the blame on me. Your grudge is with Sykes Dono, for it is she who forces me to expose your secret. Fine, whatever.
Wow, how much dirt does he have on you?
The court will observe this odd-looking envelope. It was inside that Miriam Scuttlebutt's it was inside this that Miriam Scuttlebutt's script was found.
Miss Scuttlebutt's. But didn't the prosecution already claim that? This envelope is the one that contained her script.
Circumstances have changed. You see, Golden Boy had hidden this from us all. Let's see here. My word! Talk about the world's most painful paper cut. Indeed, you can clearly see that if this envelope is not open correctly, a powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. The only one who had been told of the correct way to open it was Constance Corte. Damn, pretty sure that's illegal.
You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission, and you'll wish you hadn't. Yikes. Miriam wasn't kidding when she said that.
The blood on the blade is the witness's. Our genius here tried to sneak a peek at the wrong script and paid for his foolishness.
Ouch! This guy's the worst genius I've ever seen.
Don't worry, Athena. The wound isn't that deep. We still got the wire theory.
Yeah, I've got it. Since the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's, there is no longer any basis for denying the body was moved using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense once again asserts just that.
Excuse me. You call yourself a lawyer. Don't you see the glaring contradiction in your thinking? Huh?
The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out.
And you, how can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? But whatever. It seems you've forgotten the two statues that were on stage directly below the wire. A body sent sliding down the wire would have crashed into them. Care to explain?
Why, I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together.
So the body would have collided with statues? What if they did collide? Wait, that's it. Speaking of those statues, we still don't know how they were broken. Look at their little statue icons. But if we assume the body crashed into them, boom, boom, that would also explain that loud sound we heard while we were in the waiting room.
Oh, now that you mentioned it. You and Mr. Wright went out to the stage after you heard that sound, correct?
Objection.
Interesting. How very interesting. But may I ask just one question? When was it that you heard said sound? It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to tears there in the waiting room when... Precisely. That sound you heard did happen while the body was being moved. That would place it during the mock trial. Oof, which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started. You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body. He said he saw the body before the mock trial. If so, then my claim that the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradiction. It's going to get me and our case killed.
The focus on the three suspects. Just three suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That has been a major premise thus far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case.
Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence. Incontrovertible. So, should we not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion?
Good point.
Prosecutor Blackwell is on our side. I bet he figured out the truth behind this case. I bet he figured out the truth behind this case. Well, great, as long as he's not up to something else. If the statues were really broken when the body hit them, then Hugh's statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Incontrovertible. That's what I thought. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eyes and repeat your statement to me. Like I said before, before the mock trial, the body, you know. I shall say this once, Golden Boy. You had best tell the truth and do it now. That is, if your head wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Yikes. Ouch. Now, out with it. Did you truly witness the body? Or were you just lying about it? Which is it? You what?
I
never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again and I'll charge you with perjury. There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about that this whole time. I'm sorry.
Yes, we've exposed Hugh's big lie for what it is. But why would he lie about this to begin with?
Order. This base premise that the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. I imagine that this has had an impact on both the defense and the prosecution's case.
Well, first I would like to thank the prosecutor. This brings us one step closer to the truth. Now, at least we know the body was moved using the wire and the school banner.
Indeed. That much I shall concede, Sykes Dono. The body was moved as you stated, and in the midst of the mock trial. So, both sides are satisfied then? If the body was moved before the mock trial, we have our 3 suspects. But if the move took place in midst of the trial, it is an entirely different story.
Right. All 3 suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis.
Objection.
How simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave and re-enter the lecture hall. What's this? Who is this person in charge of the audio?
Oh no. How can I forget? It was. Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Junie was also in charge of the audio. When she was in trial, she was in the audio control room, dealing with the music.
Indeed, and the one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial and move the body was none other than the accused, Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio.
No!
Why, yes, I see. That does make perfect sense.
This can't be happening. Instead of exposing Hugh's crime, Junie's in even deeper. No matter how you slice it, we're cooked. And here I thought Prosecutor Blackwell was on our side, at least on this issue.
The Twisted Samurai strikes again.
Twisted is more like dirty rotten.
Your baldness. It is time to put an end to this farce. The prosecution has presented quite a convincing case, but the defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss, hold on, I need to save. I need to save.
Apollo, what are we going to do? I've got nothing left. Nothing, nada, niente.
I've been trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too.
Oh, poor Junie. Unless we figure out something, she'll be. Objection. Objection. Well, I object to.
You? Stop right there. All ears to me. It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugh O'Connor. Listen and you will hear the secret behind my perfect crime.
perfect crime?
Wait, this is some serious deja vu. Didn't we just go through something like this yesterday? Yes, we did, but this had better not be another one of his enraging traps. The murderer, the moving of the body, the cover-up, it was all sprung from my brilliant mind.
Well, go ahead, arrest me. The real killer is right before you.
What? Order, I say. Mr. O'Connor, you already confessed yesterday that earlier today recanted your confession.
As if you mouth breeders could comprehend my genius, the end justifies the means. Now bow down and kneel. Kneel before my great and maddening intellect.
Objection.
Enough. The only thing maddening is the ignominy you all bear to.
What is this? Why does he say words I've never seen before? Ignominy.
Ignominy.
Ignominy. Enogamy. Enigmy. Enogamy. He keeps on saying words I just never seen before.
Ignominy you bear for all to see. For it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. There is no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi. For you were at the mock trial. And it is silly that I must remind you of this, but you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act.
You doesn't seem the least bit shaken by Blackwell's threat.
Listen, Mr. Prosecutor, calling that a perfect alibi is beyond competent. Your Honor, I would like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I will now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection.
Contempt. Thank you. I was reading too fast.
You won't believe this, but I use a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial.
That means I didn't almost lose. My body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily while my body double took there. I can't take this. I had to run off the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent.
I have a question I was hoping the defense prosecution might help answer. Is it just me, or does the witness testimony make no sense at all?
No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache.
Yeah, that was just plain weird. There's the whole thing about a body double.
Well, I'm relieved it's not just me. And the prosecution?
Your baldness. Summon an ambulance this instant. This witness is stark raving mad.
Yes, I think that would be for the best.
Now then, let's pretend that never happened and move on to my verdict.
Hold it! You people don't believe me?
It's not a matter of not believing you. It's more along the lines of questioning your sanity.
Yeah, the funny farm just called. They want their genius back. Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimonies like this?
Which is not a weird device. I don't waste them on ridiculous testimonies.
Epic Duel Destinies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So how about we give Widget a try?
Well, this is against my better judgment, but I like to conduct a short therapy session.
Your better judgment. I'm a judge and it's far beyond mine, yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackwell, I trust you have no objections. Prosecutor Blackwell.
The prosecutor said, "Rubbish. We will be out on a stroll," and then left with Detective Fulbright.
He left. How does he get away with stuff like that?
Then I'll interpret this as meaning he has no explicit objections. All right, Miss Ikes, you may proceed with your therapy session.
Not gonna lie, understandable. I know. I like how everybody's like,
I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake.
you don't believe this, but I used a body double. He is so happy about this. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I also didn't lose. My body double did. I slipped out stealthily while my body double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. What is this? The man is proud of his genius plan. Let him have this one. I know. He's just happy throughout. He's just a happy guy. You know, let's just let him be the perfect murderer, almost. Bro's losing it. I think so, yeah. All right, hold it. Give me 1 second. Hold it. Wait, I'm a pro. I stood out. I had to run on the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Why is he happy? Mr. O'Connor, this is what you're happy about? Okay, hold it 1 second. I'll be right back. I want to get me some more to drink. Okay, I'm back. I am back. I had to let my dog out, and then I remembered I did not make me anything to eat yet. I haven't ate since like I don't know, 2. I was like, ooh, probably did make me some supper. Welcome back. Thank you. Just remind me, I have hot ramen. Get a snack. I have hot ramen set off to the side to cool off. We'll see if we can get it done before my ramen cools off. Mr. O'Connor, this is what you're happy about? Nice. Hot ramen. Yes. Spicy kind. Happy? What are you talking about? I'm confessing to murder here. I should probably get something to snack on too. Yeah. Don't forget to take care of yourselves. Get y'all some food if y'all haven't eaten in a while. To call the grief I feel at the severity of my crying happiness is insanity beyond mine. Okay, you're insane? Oh, I guess I got that one wrong. I pity you mouth breathers. You should listen attentively to the genius of my confession. And sure, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. Mr. O'Connor, yesterday you said that you didn't really care about Miss Woods anymore. I already told you, Juniper. I already told Juniper. So I might as well tell you I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Corte. His secret? Oh, the bribe. She wanted nothing to do with me because I had disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was always about one thing and one thing only, the truth. Mr. O'Connor, you feel great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free. So much that it's overshadowed all of your other emotions. What are you? I can hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor. The discourse you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when People don't normally feel like you do when you confessed. So Hugh really was trying to protect Juniper. Yes, I'm sure of it. Hugh's feelings for her are the real deal. But that means his confession is... Finally figured out the obvious, have we? I knew it was him. Why, Prosecutor Blackwell, you're back. The confession was not but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree that the killer is the one in charge of the audio, i.e. the accused? Why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? No, you haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet. You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double? Can you imagine if he actually did have a body double? Yes, I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it. Either we quit here or Juniper is found guilty, or we play along with Hugh's delusion. Let's go along with the worst of the... Let's go along with the least worst choice. But first, let me update his testimony. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double did. Why is he not feeling anything? I slipped out stealthily while my body double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper is innocent. Why is he starting to feel sad? Mr. O'Connor, this emotion is inconsistent with your testimony. You don't know what you're talking about. Take joy in my intellect. I feel anger towards your superficiality. Suffer sadness at the world's inferiority and wonder at the universe's mysteries. Ugh, I should have brought my dictionary to court. Wait, let me try that one again. I also suffer sadness at the futility of your efforts, but if you must. Okay, well, let me say, please. Futility. It's futile. Right. Okay, maybe someone with no emotions like I thought. Okay. Is it still happiness? Is it always happiness because we're slowly breaking them down? Like I thought, no. I didn't almost lose. You say very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time except during the statement. You don't know when to give up. Wait, now that I think about it. No, you don't. No, don't stop making stuff up. When I left the lecture hall. It was during Professor Mean's pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body. Then I slipped back in just before the verdict. So, you're saying you were there the moment your double was about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall behind the screen. I feared no one would see me if I came and went through the doors there. Sykes don't know. How much longer will you indulge him in this charade? Well, it's true that none in the audience might see him go through either of those doors. The faculty seats on the balconies are a different level and have a splendid view. I thought you could do better than that. The lawyer bench is on the right side when facing the front hall. I used the door on the right side near the lawyer bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone on the left balcony seat, but that seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Professor Corte, and as we all know, she was already dead by then. That can't be right. An empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. An empty balcony on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. I have no idea where this contradiction is going, but I don't have any other moves at this point. Guess I'll just have to follow it and see where this takes me. You said the left balcony seat was empty, but was it really? I saw with my own eyes it was definitely empty. But what about this diagram? According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony. But if you left the lecture hall during his pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there at his seat addressing the students and faculty. No, this can't be right. You do no one any favors by exposing the falsities of his confession. I've told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You got to believe me. It doesn't seem like he's lying this time. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's have you testify again, but this time, don't spare any details. You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating, considering I'm the real killer. All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not. The second floor was deserted. Why won't you believe me? It's true. I know. At least I don't have to save scum on this. Okay. I get it. Okay, maybe I should stop focusing on this. Okay, I get it. I get it, don't focus on this. Then all I had to do was go through the empty audio control room. It leads into the hallway, so I was perfectly capable of moving the body. Whoa, talk about a change in tone. It reads like a totally different testimony. It's like he realized something terrible the moment he opened his mouth. If it's something he realized himself, his unease might also register in how he speaks. Right. I'll focus on the places where he hesitates or stammers then. Back. Got some water. Nice. Mood matrix time? Yeah. I detect powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. It's as if you said something you shouldn't have. What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see. Mr. O'Connor, it is you who is revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus, I have a good idea about why you're feeling sad. Ugh, you're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be? You said you went through the empty audio control room. But that's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Professor Means finished his speech. And that someone was in the audio control room was. I know you realize there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. If the audio control room really was empty, that would mean Miss Woods was roaming around the campus. Ugh. Mr. O'Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Woods, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her. Juniper's innocent. That's the truth. But in this dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs. When the end justifies the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies. Hugh's heart won't hold out under this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I could do to make him recant his false testimony? I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackquill. Cut me down if you wish. I thought you'd never ask. With you gone, we may swiftly proceed to a verdict.
Yeah.
Oh no, he cut his.
He broke out of his shackles again.
I don't want to be the poor accountant down at the detention center.
You, O'Connor, indifference to your valor. Interference to your valor. I will limit your suffering with one clean blow.
Could you just wait one moment before you cut him down?
Do not come between a samurai and his foe.
I never learned about this in law school.
Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time. Very well. Golden Boy may live. For now.
Enough already. Mr. O'Connor, Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything.
That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for me now. But what does it matter anymore? I might as well tell you everything. Did you free my boy yet? Not yet. I'm trying, Nell. I'm trying. I gotta go through some cases. This is no doubt news to you, but I am not and never was a genius.
Sorry, but I already knew.
Me too. And don't forget about me, though in all fairness, it was pretty obvious.
I thought he was a genius at first, but the stuff he said was crazy.
No need to rub it in. Just shut up and listen.
It all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents have been paying good money for my grades.
But that's bribery.
So the bribery wasn't Hugh's idea. All of my perfect scores were the product of cold hard cash, not genius. Even worse, when I confronted my parents about it over the phone. Juniper overheard me.
Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding.
I've been living a lie. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm no genius. I'm completely worthless. A perfect 0.
Dang. What a think to admit in court. Finally! I believe you have posted a spelling mistake. I believe I win. Minor spelling mistake.
Hugh.
Even so, I still want I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. Let me check something. What a think. Yeah, this is like for somebody who constantly gets pointed out their spelling mistakes. This is like getting a Golden Globe nomination right now. Even so, I just wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you were trying to help her, then why did you testify against her? You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday, so I thought if I did, it would help her.
He wasn't trying to provoke us?
It looks like we seriously misunderstood him in more ways than one.
at the detention center yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. But the truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If there was something that could help me prove that to Hugh. We even have proof of our friendship. Yeah! As long as our friendship lasts, you bet we'll be carrying them around. I know. What about that proof of friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it is. I didn't buy it. It's handmade and there's only one like it in the world. Oh my god, his choker. You know, I gotta respect that man for wearing a friendship choker. Maybe it's... No, that's definitely it. That band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor, that band... Only one person can snap this choker, and that's my best friend. Well, that guy's like 25, and he's like 7 years skipping high school, so I don't know if he can say that. That's your proof of friendship, isn't it?
Proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode?
In court, evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bands. The evidence that proves their friendship.
Oh, how very interesting and chic.
If they have doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof they have on their hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he's pressured. It proves he still has feelings of friendship towards the other two. It doesn't matter if I wear it, if those two... But they feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship bands somewhere. Junie and Robin must both feel the same as Hugh. I just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me that the others wear their proof of friendship where they're hard to spot. Oh, I know. They must wear them in places that are difficult to see. Really? And where might that be? Where may how about around the belly button or on the soles of the feet? That would be hard to see. Athena, what is this face? How could they wear their friendship bands there? Oh, right.
That's right, you're wrong.
Oh. Junie and Robin must both feel the same. I just know it.
Where they're easy to touch. My bad.
All we have to do is think back to their testimonies. Ready?
Athena needs some.
Miss Newman holds her arm when she's pressured. And Miss Woods holds her wrist. I know Miss Woods is very well. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad.
Oh. Ouch.
1 second. Hey, I could totally eat my ramen during this.
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us. You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
Hugh!
Ah.
Hey, Hugh!
think I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
I'm sorry, I still can't get over the fact he's wearing it as a choker. That looks awful to wear. I didn't kill anyone, and I didn't have a body double. I didn't move the body. I didn't even see it. And it may look like I'm speed reading Zen in the Arts of Mastering the Bar exam, but I haven't read a single word. Well, you could have fooled me. Greetings again. I lost my internet connection. Is it exciting stuff happened? Yes, you missed it. We found out why Hugh wears that choker. We had a whole animated scene. To be fair, there isn't another option for band placement that you could touch. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going. Let me do something real quick. I'm not gonna get into it. I'll just let this speak for itself. Same place, public land. Just say when it down there. I'm scamming you, fair. I don't think I'm K-Ball Cup. Look, it rhymes with art and ing. Look, I got a little more enjoyment out of that than I should have. Oh, I started this stream with a headache and I still have it now. Well, whatever I return to is quite something. Yeah, a little bit of it. Why are you not? Am I getting hit? I can't tell if I'm getting hit. Hold it. Wait, am I getting hit? Are they hitting me? This is me. There we go. Yeah. Look, I'll do it to myself for a couple of minutes. I'll still find it hilarious. I think this is the most delayed verdict in the Ace Attorney franchise. It is pretty delayed. Especially with that. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did. Hugh. So, Miss Sykes, can I place my trust in you? I'm going to save Junie. So yes, you can place your trust in me. Then am I to understand that the witness is recanting his confession? Yes. I don't think any of them are graduating law school. A most roundabout trial. I much prefer the turnabout variety myself. He said the thing. Now, we are back to the fact that there was no one suspected who lacked an alibi, which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time. So, we're back to square one. Now I'm exhausted and depressed. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but might as well update the mood matrix. Huh. Does this mean further resistance is futile? The time for our verdict is nigh. Please wait. What sort of devilry? Listen, this is not the Salem witch trials. What sort of devilry, Borg lawyer? What sort of devilry are you up to now?
What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right?
Well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist?
Yes, and we found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout. But Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked this case. There's no more noise. Hugh is telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite him really was empty, which now means there is one person unaccounted for. Bye-bye. Besides, Junie, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial is the one man I've been suspicious of from the beginning. The balcony seat was empty. That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right. How many more times do I have to say it? So basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture hall heard him deliver his speech.
I know, and that's not in dispute here. Now, let me explain how a speech could be given from an empty seat. It was pre-recorded. What if the speech was pre-recorded? That's the only way a speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat.
Is someone going to have a twin? No. I think we just got some technical difficulties. Objection. Wait, are you accusing Professor Means? That's insane. I mean, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder. Oh, take this to the police, he said, and tell them you found it.
What? Really? Wait a second. Mr. O'Connor, did you just say Professor Means gave you that phony recording to you?
Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantiated allegation.
Well, I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony? Wow, who could have seen this development? The voice shouting "You're a goner" as recorded on this tape was dubbed into it using a line our client said in the mock trial video.
Why, this is extremely a crucial piece of evidence.
Professor Means gave Hugh the phony tape. If that's really true, then Professor Means has guilt written all over him. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stands.
The seat was never empty. 'Twas but an oversight by our dullard of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it often all too easy to overlook critical symptoms.
Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. If the speech was pre-recorded, the basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether the empty seat was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable.
That's enough, both of you. Now, here's my opinion on the matter. While a surgeon overlooking a critical symptom is a problem, a witness oversight, too, must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not hiding in his faculty seat.
Was it hiding?
was or was not in his faculty seat. I believe we must ask the professor himself.
Oh my gosh.
I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today.
Do as you please. Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? Certainly. I am Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at the Miss Legal Academy, and let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion.
Don't worry, Professor. We're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation in this?
Very well. If that's all you're interested in, please proceed, Miss Sykes.
We need to find some sort of evidence that shows the speech was pre-recorded.
All right, I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today.
The mock trial is a crown jewel event at the school. The mock trial, the crown jewel event at the school festival will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come.
Oh no, I've forgotten how long and boring his speech was.
Zzz. Wake me up once this is over.
Hey, no fair.
The experiences of our youth have powerful and profound effect on our adult. You there, wake up, pay attention.
Huh? Eek! I'm awake! Isn't that right, Your Honor?
What? Oh, I'm awake too, wide awake, see?
He's still sleeping.
Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today. Pay attention, and you may make a difference one day. Now, let the mock trial begin. That is about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes.
He's obviously not familiar with the phrase bored to tears.
Listen, Sykes, Dono, if you have subjected me to this epic study in tedium without purpose, Taka will feast on your tongue after I cut it out.
You were asleep the whole time.
Well, Miss Sykes, did you notice anything strange about that speech?
Could I please hear that last part again? Once again, our pure white Lady of Justice will be watching over all of you today. There, I finally found what we needed. Professor Means, I only have one question about your speech. Why does the last part we just heard contradict this?
Before I do that, I would like to save.
Okay, I'm good. Save it so late in the trial? I don't know. I like to be cautious. The professor said the pure white lady Justice would be watching over them. But Lady Justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's as gold can be. I'm not sure I can wrap my jaw around that to test its authenticity. 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 I know that word. Authenticity. Okay, this is just not working with my accent. Authenticity. Authentic. Authenticity.
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 Okay, I've been saying it right this whole time. You got it and then you lost it. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now, it's true that this statue is pure white. But it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement.
Oh, well, that's a shame on every count.
Ironically, this gold statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one, meaning the professor wouldn't have made bonkling until the southern comes out. It comes out all the time. That's why the bonk's missing. Look, southern is already southern enough. It's supposed to be hold on, how do you actually pronounce southern? Not now.
Southern.
Southern. Southern. Southern. Southern. Southern. Southern.
Southern.
Southern.
Southern.
Yeah, southern. There. Here, volume. 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 Fuck the southern out of her. Meaning the professor wouldn't have made the mistake in color if he'd had been present. It seems that I have caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part. Volume, volume, volume. I've pronounced it sometimes as volume. Turn up the volume. The statue was in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like? Well, I was in a balcony seat. Furthermore, the statue had previously been white.
I'm afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of a speech being pre-recorded.
We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall. Medication that treats anxiety. Sometimes you switch it up. No, wait. There's got to be something that can prove that the speech was pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video. 1 second. The speech started here and ended here. It was a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. It was only a little over 10 minutes. It felt like it went on forever. How'd you figure out how long it was? Easy, there's a timestamp in the top right. All you have to do is subtract the time the speech started from and the time it ended. The speech goes from 10-minute mark to 20:35. Wait a second. I could have sworn I've seen the same interval of time listed among the evidence. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time to show that it was
there may be a way for me to use the speech time to show it was pre-recorded. I would like the court to take a look at this.
And this is...
The voice print analysis that proves the voice on the tape recorder belonged to our client.
Yes, but didn't we just establish that the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication?
We did, but what I would like to focus on is the noise that is also there.
Noise?
Yes, the defense believes it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased.
And what do you hope to prove by that?
The length of the noise is what's important. It's the 10 minutes and 35 seconds in it all.
Noise, nice.
And what do the timestamps read at the moment Professor Means begins his speech?
That would be exactly 10.
Now, let's fast forward this long-winded exercise in boredom to the end. Okay, stop. The video timestamp now reads 20:35. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone.
Right. Subtract 10 minutes and then you get 10:35. 10 minutes and 35 seconds.
Right. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. The same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Professor Means' pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence.
You seem rather confident, considering this is a mere happenstance match of numbers.
But is it really just numbers?
The lab is continuing their study of the video of the tape. Only so far they found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased.
The police are analyzing the noise as we speak. It won't be long until we know what was originally there. Now I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording by pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not going to get away with it. Not on my watch.
Miss Sykes, I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. And to that purpose, I offered to be her lawyer. Alas, look what happened.
All I've stated are obvious deductions derived from the evidence and testimony.
Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I had been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth.
Uh-oh, this doesn't sound good.
I will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean and mean what I say by all means. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important and by necessity, secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do. What? Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you? We convinced Junie not to.
This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true. On this most consequential of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teachings that states the end justifies the means.
I don't believe you.
When she asked me to defend her, she said I must also prove her two friends innocent. Her two friends, the witnesses? Correct. Hugh O'Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the result Juniper was seeking.
Okay. Shit, fuck. I knocked over my glass. My soda. Oop. Ah. My soda spilled.
And she was even willing to threaten me, her own professor, to that end. You no doubt had high praise for her ruthless tactics. Yes, well, that's why I vowed rigorously to defend her despite her threatening me. There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. But alas, those days are over. Now, in the defense of justice, order, and all that is good, the end justifies the means.
I am so sick of hearing that phrase.
Though it truly grieves me, so I must tell you this. Forsake the truth if it's victory you seek. Steel yourself for this new courtroom reality.
Does it? He's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in here. Since he already surrendered to the dark age of law, it's up to me to fight it.
Why so silent, Sykes Dono? Something the matter?
This is the court of law. There is no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That's why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking.
Let's not get carried away now, Miss Sykes. It will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify this situation.
No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that's it.
That is. The defendant came to me with what she said was a very important, by necessity, secret.
I doubt our client would have come to you with something like that.
You have a point there. If only Professor Corte had been alive, I suspect Juniper would have gone to her instead.
So, our client came to talk to you after Professor Corte was dead?
Let's go through this step by step, shall we? First, Juniper came to me that day.
She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial.
Are you suggesting that it was our client who told you to fake an alibi?
You have every reason to be surprised. I, too, was shocked when she told me that. Simply put, Juniper has a secret that she wished to protect that badly.
Is he kidding me? That lie couldn't be further from the truth. Problem is, how am I going to expose it?
It was an earnest request from an outstanding student. How could I possibly have refused? Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court.
Did you consider that a threat?
Yes, but now it's now you to whom she has passed her demands on to. Miss Sykes, you must realize that you two are being used by Juniper.
What?
Your Honor, I ask that you two do not let her finged witness an innocent for you. Juniper Woods is quite clever and extremely tough. And perhaps most important of all, she's a fervent follower of my teaching.
Your Honor, the witness testimony is nothing but an attack on our client's character.
Very well, objection sustained.
So be it. Nevertheless, the fact that she threatened me is immutable. She also said that I become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. How could you overlook such threat? As a teacher, it's your duty to discipline students.
Yes, well, perhaps I do have some serious reflection to do on this matter. I suppose it's just wishful thinking on my part. I wanted to believe that Juniper hadn't actually committed murder, and she hadn't meant to threaten me. Really? Please do explain. Long had I waited for a student who embodied my teachings. Does a witness realize what he's saying? Surely you must see the true meaning of my words. I'm merely staying true to what I teach, and my methods are a reflection of the times.
Oh, wow. His way of thinking is really warped, but I haven't heard any inconsistencies yet. I wouldn't be so sure. Really? The more he tries to avoid the logical inconsistencies in his testimony, the more likely we'll see the inconsistencies between his actions and words. It is the dark age of law. It is the dark age in which we live, and there is much I would like to say on the matter. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do. How the hell is that humane? You were trying to protect our client? Yeah, right. I'll say anything to pin the blame on Junie.
What a frightful look. I would ask that you not glare at me so. I've nothing but admiration for how Juniper was willing to go as far as to threaten me. That is why I'm protecting her by any means possible. She has been a model student.
Liar! You're trying to pin the blame on her. How am I going to show that? Show that what he's saying isn't what he's really thinking?
You cannot possibly overturn my claims, so isn't it about time you admitted defeat? After all, if my unadmissible logic is not the truth, then what is?
If he thinks I'm going to give in to his pack of lies, he's got another thing coming. I'm going to find a hole in his story, and it's the last thing I do. Even though he's rotten to the core, he's a total pro. I mean, that all made perfect sense. Yeah, but you can't believe a word he says. Making this up as he goes, he'll trip on his own words yet. And come to audio room during the mock trial.
Meet with Mr. Wright by training seminar. Need to speak with Hugh O'Connor. Meet with Hugh about that report yesterday. Important. I'm going to save. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Jennifer confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But when I said I would protect Jennifer, I meant it because it was a humane thing to do. She asked me to come to pre-record my speech. Found I was dropped from the third floor to the maintenance area below. A mat was laid out to cushion the fall. A bar cart was from the storehouse was used to move the body. Blessed, the victim's afternoon would be the red one from the prosecutor's court. Between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. Huber confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. That seems odd. She also said, hold it. Juniper confessed to the murder after she asked, okay. She asked me to come to pre-record speech, asked me to pre-record my speech, and then come to the audio room during the mock trial. Couldn't I present this? She was running back and forth between stuff, right? I mean, she had to cross the screen. Is there like any way? Hold on, I'm just gonna present here. I don't think this might be right. I don't know. Okay, no, that's not it. The music would stop. I thought maybe because she crossed the screen during it that maybe he would have to too, you know? The defendant came to me, what she said was a very important, came with me with what she said was a very important by necessity secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. When did she come to them? Do I get that? That client would come to you with something like that. You have the point there. If only Professor Cortez had been alive, I suspect Juniper would have gone to her instead. So our client came to talk to you after Professor Cortez was dead. Let's go through the 7 steps, shall we? First, Juniper came to me that day. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Okay, I think I know what I need to present. It was found on stage. Professor Corte had made it into a completely different statue the day before the mock trial. No. Maybe I'm not putting it on the right one. This statue is the big thing. The statue's the big thing. This is what I'm thinking. Okay, he's talking about. Okay, what I'm trying to go here is that I have to prove that he's saying that she came to him on the day that he pre-recorded this speech way before Judy could ever get to him, is what I'm trying to say. Did we already cover the statue? No. What I'm trying to say is that, okay, the statue thing is like the catch-all pin in this, because this is what it says. I have the statue in evidence. It was found broken on stage. Professor Corte had remade it into a completely different looking statue the day before the mock trial. So if she had asked him to pre-record his speech and he pre-recorded his speech where there was like, because, you know, he pre-recorded his speech and that the whole statue color is what gave it away. The problem is that, okay, so we gotta prove, I gotta somehow say on this, because look, this is on the day of the murder. Taken on the day of the murder. There's the statue that she remade because it got broke. She said she had remade it into a completely different looking statue on the day of the mock trial. So what I'm trying to say is, it's difficult to explain, but this is my thinking. Okay. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. The defendant came to me and said what she was a very important necessity secret. Right here. When I press this, he says, I doubt our client would have come to you with something like that. You have a point there. If only Professor Corte had been alive, I suspect Juniper would have gone to her instead. So our client came to talk to you after Professor Corte was dead. Let's go through it step by step, shall we? First, Juniper came to me that day. Right. And then she said she asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Okay, so that's the contradiction here, because if he pre-recorded the speech after Professor Corte was dead, then that would mean this statue would have been broken. It said found broken on stage. Professor Corte had remade it into a completely different looking statue the day before the mock trial. So what I'm trying to say is if he pre-recorded the speech and he said that the statue was white, that means the statue wasn't broken yet. And he's trying to say he pre-recorded the speech after Professor Corte was dead. That's what I'm trying to say. He's trying to say he pre-recorded the speech after. And he can't have done that because she remade the statue. That's why I want to present the statue. Photo of the art room while the preparations were being taken place. That's why. Okay, so the problem is I don't know where to present it. I might be presenting what she asked him to pre-record it earlier, then blackmailed him later. See, she couldn't have done that. Like I said, if she asked him to pre-record it earlier, he's saying because she said, well, Junie wouldn't have gone to you. And he goes, maybe you're right. She would have gone to Professor Corte, but Professor Corte was dead. So he's already saying that she was dead. He's putting it in his testimony that she was dead after he made the pre-recorded speech, which is impossible because then the statue wouldn't have been broken. I mean, the statue would have been broken, and he wouldn't have called it the pure light white Lady of Justice. He would have said pure gold Lady of Justice. I don't know if I'm presenting the evidence, the right evidence, because there's two statue evidences. Dipper confessed to the murder and asked me to get declared innocent. She also said I'd become accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But I said what I said because it would be the humane to do. See, that's the thing. I don't know when to present it. I think the statue, him trying to say that he made the pre-recording after supposedly Professor Cortez's death, because he said that she asked him to make it. But if that was the case, then he wouldn't have said white. He would have said gold. I feel like the statue's a huge catch pin, and I don't know where to put it. You consider that a threat? Yes, but I should be a favorite follower of my teachings. Your Honor, the witness testimony is nothing but an attack on our client's character. Very well, objection sustained, so be it. Nevertheless, the fact remains certain means infutable. She also said I become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. I feel like this statue has got to be it somewhere here. We got to mess up his pre-recording. That, or I got to present the picture. Said I become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But I said what I said because it's again. Right, okay, the false recording. So let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods. Huh, that's nothing more than a bald-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor.
Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles, Your Honor. It is an outrage. Miss Ice will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now, please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Miss O'Connor, and he slyly whispered, gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then he slyly whispered, take this to the police and tell them you found it.
There was no whispering slyly or otherwise involved. I simply did that out of kindness.
Had to go a different direction, but I liked your ideas. Maybe I'm jumping the gun. The tape contained our client's voice. In short, it is incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lies to protect yourself with, while blaming another. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of law.
Why, you little. You dare call my teachings and my method lies? Whoa! The Miss Legal Academy is a proud institution, the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education in lawyering means once I'm through with you.
Huh? Professor Means? What's with your hair?
Quiet! No talking in class! Ow! Eyes and ears up here, everyone! Homeroom is now in session! We will begin with roll call. Athena Sykes!
Huh? Oh, here?
Apollo Justice. I'm fine. I mean, here? Full! The proper response is here without any extraneous information.
Ouch! I mean, here! He's losing his fucking marbles. Next, Your Honor! Here! See, class, that's the proper way to answer. Extraneous. Thank you, extraneous. Simon Blackquill. He's not gonna answer. I said Simon Blackquill. Are you here or not? I love Blackquill. This man's so cool. There's always one, isn't there? Well then, I'll just mark you as absent. Yeah, fuck him. Now get out of my class this instant. Get out. Very well. If that is your wish, who am I to define my homeroom teacher? Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackquill is free of his shackles. Oh! It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinary committee. God damn it, Fulbright. But is that really so shocking? Constabulary. Lapdog to teacher's pet. What a malleable mutt you are, Fulbright. Very good boy, Bobby. You must earn a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinarian. All right. Class is now in session. Why do I have this urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomach ache? Pay attention. I am not the killer. Juniper is. This will be on the next test, so you had better be listening.
But, Professor, you created a phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial.
Please note, I was not at school. Athena, you disappoint me so. To think you would label me a murderer. Now pay attention. The murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. But I was already at home at that time, so how could I have been involved in this crime?
Professor Means, can you really prove that you had already gone home by that time?
Can you prove I was still at school?
Yes? No, I can't.
So you admit it. Well, you just earned extra credit for your honesty. But you have also earned yourself laboratory cleaning duties until you graduate.
Ew! I do enough of that at the office.
No way, man! I totally object!
Lavatory, yeah. Don't get Zeus out of here. Robin? I can't believe I fell for the professor's silver-tongued lies.
Why you? How dare you talk about your teacher like that? I'm not listening to you anymore, man! No way! No how! No, I have a confession to make. You know those 2 statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself!
The statues on stage? Do I want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. So I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on the stage after the last bell? Right, and it would have been way past 7 p.m. before he could have finished.
Professor Means was still at school? This is incredibly important testimony.
The professor told me I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I made full statues myself.
I'm so sorry for not telling the truth.
Robin.
Quick, somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight.
But isn't she a friend of the accused? Don't worry. I have proof. I have evidence he was there. I was like, I'm surprised they let Rob. I'm surprised they had the whole Robin thing, but I had proof. I had proof.
Simon, you're head honcho among the delinquents. Do something.
Simon.
Yeah! Who's in charge of the class pet around here? Not interested. But if you want a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course, only real blades will do. No swords at school. All weapons will be confiscated. Yeah! Nurse! Nurse! Where's the school nurse when you need one? It would seem Sykes Dono seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case, you would do well to draw your staff quick as lightning.
What's the bird's name? Taka?
Very well. Then I'll just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lesson begins in second period. Prepare to be served old school style.
I said no pets allowed.
What does that? Oh, never mind. Your testimony, please.
Professor means work of art.
Now pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statues between 7 and 8:30 p.m. The defendant, Juniper, saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I possibly have time to go to the art room and commit murder? You're saying the defendant saw the finished statues? Precisely, she said so herself at the detention center yesterday.
The main point is Juniper is a killer. I am innocent. That is totally something a killer would not totally do. If I ever get framed for murder, this is my defense.
Her defense team was there and heard her say so too. Don't try to deny it.
I never killed anyone.
That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe around 8:30. That's when I noticed both the stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. Oh, right. Professor was there when that matter came up.
Sorry, it's that time of year where mosquitoes are out and I'm covered in bug bites.
Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me at least twice as long. So personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish that in a short time. Ugh, that didn't exactly help our case. But he won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery means.
Do you call them skeeters? I have family who do, but no, I say mosquitoes. I say mosquitoes.
Miss Newman took over half a day. Can you please be a little more precise with that?
What a wondrous question. She was having quite a tough time, you see.
We got chased by the skeeters, so we went skinny dipping in a creek. Well, no, I did. Okay, so I went with my family somewhere. I can't remember where. I think it was me, my sister, my nephews, and my dad. I cannot remember for the life of me where we went.
but maybe my mom had come too. I can't remember. But my sister was like, do you want to go geocache? And that is what they love to do. They like to do geocaches. She goes, there's a geocache near here. Let's check it out. So we go to this geocache, right? And she says it's supposed to be an easy one. The southern word would be crick. No, it's creek. I don't know. I've swam in a ditch before, so I mean, I can't really talk. They're all ditches. Everything that looks like a stream is just a big giant ditch. There's like some streams and stuff that are called like ditch number 9 in some places. And it looks like a giant ass river, and you're like, that don't look like no ditch, but it's a ditch. Anyway, we were doing the geocache, and while we were sitting there, I was like, you know, I started smacking off the mosquitoes off my dad's arm. I was like, no, I was doing it to my sister. She goes, stop. I said, you got mosquitoes on you. And she goes, well, stop. I'm trying to do this. And then I kept on doing it. And she goes, stop. And I said, you got a lot on you. And she goes, and then she slaps me and she goes, you got a lot on you. And I looked at my dad, and my dad's covered in his arms. I was like, oh my gosh, daddy. And so we were like, okay. I was like, fuck this geocache. The origin of the word ditch lies in digging a trench and forming an upcast soil into the bank alongside it. Thank you for that, Neil. That is interesting. I can see how ditch became from digging a trench. But anyway, we were at least about, I don't know, about 100 feet from our car at this tree. So we started running away from these mosquitoes, and these mosquitoes were fucking chasing us. I'm not lying. They were swarming outside the car because we ran into the car and we were like, stop, ah. And they were just biting us, and they swarmed outside the car. We were like, I don't know what the hell these mosquitoes were drinking, but these things were like predators. I had never seen anything like that before. Now, I've been bit by a lot of mosquitoes, but I had never been chased by mosquitoes. I was like, hell no, fuck this geocache. I told my sister, I said, fuck this, I'm out. Those were my exact words. I said, I'm not doing this anymore. The kids, because my nephews were with us, they had ran into the car a long time ago. It was just me, my dad, and my sister. We're just sitting there going like, how do we get this geocache open? Getting eat up. And I'm sitting there smacking her, you know? And I'm like, you have mosquitoes on you. And I said, you have a lot of mosquitoes on you. And she goes, well, stop hitting me. I was like, well, yo, you have a lot of mosquitoes on you. And then she goes, she started smacking at my shirt and stuff. And I was like, ah, ow, ow. And then they started digging in, and you're like, ah.
Prosecutor Gavin's statue alone took her the morning hours into the evening. Well, it is a rather large statue after all. Don't be silly. It merely exposes the differences between student and teacher.
Also, why did you bonk me, Cave Johnson?
I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m.
Most of the other statue? You had a skeeter on you. Most of the other statue? What exactly does that mean?
Robin created the basic outline of Mr. Wright's statue before the last bell rang. I, in turn, completed the rest of it.
I see. In academics, as well as art, learning the basics is incredibly important. In short, you skipped the most important part of statue making, didn't you?
Why, you insolent little! It is the practical application built upon the basics that takes so much time up. Principles such as I mastered the basics a long time ago. Unlike Miss Fancy Pants here, who lacks all the lower-relief fundamentals.
Oh, quiet, you.
Now, do you understand? I did not leave that stage until I was done. Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim?
Oh, yeah, I accept it right now.
I've tried everything, but I still can't prove anything. I guess I concede.
I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time.
I concede. The Professor Means never left the stage.
That's right. But what took you so long? I was there at the stage the entire time. I couldn't have possibly committed that crime.
I'm not going to give up here.
I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes. Unless you have any further objections, I had to put this issue to rest.
No, not yet. The defense still has an objection.
Athena, you've thought of something? I don't know what we're talking about. Athena, I don't know what we're talking about. You know, sometimes I have to remind myself that Athena is her own person and I'm my own person. And the game lets Athena have knowledge that I don't have.
Well, as I said, not yet.
Oh, so it's time for legal smoke and mirrors. Ow, don't bonk me. Unless it was a mosquito.
Not yet, Athena. It's not time to quit. At times like these, when it seems like there's no way out, you have to. Yeah, I have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, I should focus on how he could have committed the murder without going there.
It seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones, if it'll distract her. Who brought a bird to school? Sykes don't know. If I hear one word of your usual jibber-jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on the stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key factors?
I set the premise that the professor was on stage the entire time. The only answer is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it. Every last one of us made a huge mistake. We're totally wrong about the crime scene, the murder weapon.
The crime scene.
Professor Means was on the stage the entire time. Then he must be the killer.
Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent.
No, it's just the murder wasn't committed to where we thought it was.
Continue, Sykes. Don't know.
Okay, the murder was actually committed here. The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved there at all.
The murder? Silly girl. When the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed.
There wasn't any blood on the stage, really? But there was something on stage at the time of the murder that's now bloodstained. It's true, there were no bloodstains on the stage floor. But there was something on the stage that did have a blood stain. And that would have been this, the school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this was under the victim when she was killed.
Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
What is it how? My theory makes perfect sense.
That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy states the cause of death was loss of blood, yet only a trace amount was found upon that banner. Where did the rest go? Blood getting on there when the body was moved by a wire makes more sense than not. Very good, Simon. Tell me, what was your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate in the recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in. We're already lawyers, my sir.
Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well.
You do?
If there was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner, then there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood. All I had to do is figure out what. This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood.
Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner.
It's the Gavanier's banner that had been specially made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It could have easily absorbed most of the blood like a dishcloth, and only a small amount would have been soaked through to the banner below. It makes total sense for the school banner to only have a little blood on it.
So that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. Yes, that would explain it.
Gavanier's banner was like a dishcloth. Surely it was like at least towel quality.
Simon, don't just stand there. Do something. Sykes Dono, you are learning to wield the blade quite well. But how will you respond when I come slashing at you like this? The remnants of a large blood stain was detected in the art room. But why would there be blood there if the murder occurred on the stage as you claimed?
The blood-stained in the art room was faked. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room.
To think you stooped so low as to present mere garbage to this court.
It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked Gavanier's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense.
Whoa. Order, this is quite a development. To think the body was never actually moved. If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statues, then what was it?
I hadn't thought about that. If that loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues, then what was it indeed? The knot in the school banner shows something was carried along the wire. If that's true, then I know what I have to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder and on the stage after.
Ugh! That statue!
Yes, I believe it was the statue that broke the other two, not Professor Corte's body. The unique statue you see on the right? That was the pure white lady of justice from earlier. Professor Corte accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial, but she used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that it was originally Lady Justice.
Perhaps you are on to something, but why, pray tell, would anyone move that scrap heap relic in such a tedious manner?
Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming.
You know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If we consider the fact then, Lady Justice was moved in order to
Point us to the body.
Professor Means used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was just his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi.
That's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking this trial seriously. Well done. You should never underestimated me, Athena Sykes. Professor Means always means what he says and says what he means by all means.
Fine then, say it already. I'm waiting.
The murder occurred. I thank you for the hip hop and hydrate, Mr. Blob. The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until later the next day. Countless students passed the stage until they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. So answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body that was there the entire time?
That can be explained by,
If the victim was murdered on the stage and left there, the body would have inevitably been discovered. And of course, there was nowhere to hide a body upon that stage. This is not good.
Athena, our claim is this close to being beaten to a pulp. I know, but we've come so far.
Consider yourself schooled. I couldn't have possibly killed anyone. It's funny he's Zeus, and then there's Athena in here too. The killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been, and it always will be.
Oh, just wait a minute.
Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her.
Oh,
And to add insult to injury, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco.
ah!
It's just for show. Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer.
Ah!
But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you worked so hard to gain?
Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I failed once again. Failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer, even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again? Oh.
Athena, what's wrong?
Breathe in, breathe out, breathe. Relax, Athena, breathe. It's not working. things going dark after all I've done. Is this how it ends? Forgive me, Junie. I couldn't protect you like I said I would.
You leave Athena alone, man! She's the one who saved me!
It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between you, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. I raised false charges against you. And that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things.
What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. And I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You use legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important.
But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come this far is... It's not over yet, Thena. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie, I know you better than most people, Thena. And I know you never surrendered to a dark age of the law like the professor did. You, Junie, but I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence.
Stop your belting this instant. You look like an utter fool.
Prosecutor Blackwell?
There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied so very hard. Are you prepared to give up on all you have worked for thus far? Yeah. It would not do to have you disappoint you know who.
I...
You're wasting your time. You have nothing on me. No evidence or anything else to establish my guilt. The bright chariot, dark age of law is where true justice...
Objection!
Hold on, wait, what do you say? You are helpless before the might of lawyers for whom the... What the fuck?
Hold it. I got... Yeah, no, I'm fine. I don't know. I just, it's the South. I think I heard gunshots somewhere. I don't know. It sounded pretty close by. That's why I went out to look outside my door. Okay. Don't worry, Athena. You're doing fine. Did y'all hear that? Probably
Probably not. I have my thing set to where y'all shouldn't be able to hear certain things. The truth will all... Nope. Okay, cool. The truth will always win against people like him. But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now? Have you seen the game where you use a gun for absolutely everything? No. That's not... Hold it. Kay Johnson, you might have to send me this. Need bread, butter bread, gun. That's what I'm thinking. If I need to open the door, gun. If I need to start my car, gun. But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now? Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath, look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, there's always is, and you're sure to find it. Now, let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their brightest smiles. Add plenty of green onions and a spoonful of minced garlic and a gun. What is that from? Your neighbors. Thanks, everyone. You don't have to worry about me now. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. Professor Corte wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. Hold it, let me save. I don't know about this. She was killed right where her body was found. We know this because there wasn't any time to move the body there from somewhere, we know this because there wasn't any time to move the body there from somewhere else. That means the body had to have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along these lines and think where it takes us. First up, where did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? Well, let's see. What was he doing right before the body was discovered? He was using the span of time. His fake alibi created. When did? Yeah. To move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could have removed the body from its hiding place is... the body was moved during the mock trial. It was during the mock trial specifically. During the speech. Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. The professor also moved something to the stage that wasn't there before specifically. During the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the Light Lady of Justice in the school banner and sent it zipping down to the stage with a crash, killing two birds with one stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room, but was there anywhere to hide the body on stage? That doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second. How about something that should have been finished but was only mostly done? Something that was used to cover the body up. But it didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. In that way, no one would suspect there was a body hidden inside. What was already on stage that was capable of concealing a body? The body was hidden by Wright's statue. I know, the Mr. Wright statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside, cleverly disguising it as the boss's statue.
Miss Newman gave up on the right statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night.
Yes, what an impressive feat it was.
No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work. The murder of Professor Corte.
Gasp. Come again? I'm afraid I don't follow.
He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked just like a statue.
What? I second that. What? Now this is getting interesting. No, this is getting preposterous. How? Nobody may speak but me. How would such a thing even be possible?
Well, we may never know until we try.
I think I know where this is going.
Okay, Apollo, time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Wright. I'm going to pose like the statue, like so. And now I want you to wrap me up in a cloth so that I look like a statue. I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth?
I'm afraid that isn't the right color, that isn't the right color, Mr. Justice.
Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. All right, I think that about does it.
Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look just like a statue of Mr. Wright, or what?
Looks like some random person to me. Weren't the statues a pair of busts? Phoenix Wright has that spiky hair on the back of his head.
Forget the hair! The statue's head is way bigger than your average person's anyway. You gotta hand it to me for trying anyway. Wait, that's it! The hands! Her arms are raised over her head. There are dark bruises around her wrist.
Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something.
The marks on her wrist indicated she had been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you?
What? No! Besides, this was your idea! Just tell me how to tie your hands already!
Professor Corte's wrists were tied together, and I can't help but think that's related. How should I arrange myself to match the shape I want, given her hands were tied?
In an objection pose, behind my back, behind my head.
Apollo, tie both of my hands behind my head. See, this makes it possible to fake.
Uh-oh.
See, this makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head.
Sure, but what about the statue's arm?
With both arms behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, it'd be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this. I can't help but to think you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now. What did the victim's body have that I don't? Oh, right! There was an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side.
What, are you crazy?
Fine, then go get some duct tape. Rapido.
I don't know how to pronounce that, Athena. On it. Good old Schneal? Schneal. Fast. How do I pronounce that?
Schnee.
Schnee. Okay. Thank you. Schnee. All right, all right. I didn't need to know other languages to know bossy when I hear it. I like how Blackwell's just watching this like, okay.
The fatal arrow to the side. The spiky hair created from the two hands. The masterpiece in the making. Now cover me with that cloth. But remember to make the arrow stand out, okay?
Mommy, the arm's way too short. Shh, remember you have an indoor voice, dear. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough.
But what else could you use for the arm?
Still won't get up, eh? I must commend you, if only for your spirit and determination. Of course she's not giving up. After all, she put me through. She owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. Now, disappoint me again, and the penalty will be doubly painful.
Yikes. I guess I better get it right this time.
Athena, I got news for you. I don't know what it is.
Think, Athena, think! Professor Corte was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. If that wasn't premeditated, he must have used something close at hand in his little ruse. Paul, show me those stage set photos again.
Like that right now? Okay, hold on.
Please, please, please. Be in this photo. It just has to be. The arm in Mr. Wright's statue is really this right here.
I don't know. I don't see anything. What are we talking about? Look, I wear glasses. I wear glasses. I wear glasses. It has to be something very obvious that he always keeps close at hand.
Got it. I know what he used for the arm in the statue of Mr. Wright.
That is absurd. There's no such thing in this photo.
Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right there.
Staff? This is a spear of a great legal warrior. Everyone fails except me.
Whatever. Just hurry up and lend it to me. The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, let's go for it, Apollo.
Sure. I'll give you an arm. I'll give your arm a hand, cloth, and binding coming right up.
It's Phoenix Wright. Look, it's that famous lawyer.
That's definitely him. I know that pose anywhere.
We did it, didn't we? Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix, right? The man who will bring us out of these dark ages into an era of brilliant golden light.
Oh, light. All I see before me is the pink specter of a man.
That's just because Mr. Wright likes his statue. He's positively tickled pink. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink.
That joke deserves a pink slip. It seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness? The resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence.
Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than a mere coincidence.
Test the spear for blood.
We had assumed the victim's jagged wound came from the spear being forcefully shut it in. But if the wound was from the spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it.
Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? What was, what's wrong with the non-guilty verdict? If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I'll tell you.
Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now? Now, I ask you in the gallery, help me decide the professor's fate.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Ah. Prosecutor Blackville, what has become of our witness, Aristotle Means? It is as Sykes Dono was suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He has admitted to the heinous crime. All of it. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. That's some expensive dental work. Great. He'll teach felons that the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation.
Can I ask what the professor's motive was?
I could barely make out a word he said on the account of his shattered teeth.
One of Blackville fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist, too?
I eventually had him put pen to paper. It turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim had suspected him after a report from the class snitch. That led her to question him at length the day of the killing, right there on that stage. The result, the heinous crime was brought before this court. The fool, like Newman, had come to know of the script's contents via the victim's note. It seemed he came up with a plan to stab the victim with her own awl in order to make the killing look like the one in the script, and thus frame the defendant.
But that scrap of paper with Hugh's name and the same mark as had the same mark as Professor Corte's planer.
Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class.
Really? So then...
Indeed, once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like as But like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This too was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. Know that Constance Corte was clean, and that only Aristotle Means took the bribes. To think a professor would murder a colleague, then try to pin it on a student. This is the dark age of law. Then we can only hope that a brighter future awaits. The first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods. Not guilty!
Yay! I love how we get confetti thrown down.
I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you if we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference.
Proudly serve Professor Corte's memory. Do not let her death be in vain.
That's the last thing I expect to hear from him today.
Court is adjourned. GG! Thank you, Mr. Bob!
Thank you, Thina. I really mean it. It was nothing, really. I can take the biggest tangle of mess of a case and unravel it just like that.
I don't know. You looked pretty wound up there at the end, literally and figuratively.
You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster. I wanted to thank you too, Apollo.
Don't mention it.
The way you were always there for Thina when she was in a bind. And at the detention center, where your smile gave me hope when there was none. It was like the warm rays of sun shining down on the peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person.
Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot. But I still have a lot of work to do. I can't wait until we see you on that judge's bench.
I promise I'll get there someday. That's why until that day, I'll... Guys, I've got some big news. I mean it. This is huge. Oh, am I interrupting something? No. Okay. It's okay, I think. So, what's the big news? The school festival. It was supposed to have been canceled after what happened, but...
We just got a call. In memory of Professor Constance Corte, who worked so hard to make it happen. The festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow.
Really? All right.
We've got a special treat for all of you.
What? This is Gavin's voice!
Achtung, baby. It's time for the guitar serenade.
He's got a fuckboy voice. I low-key love it.
Wow, that was so much fun. School festivals are amazing. I think you and Robin are getting a little too carried away. Ah, your singing voice, Juniper, it could melt my heart.
Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Just remember, objection pose is all about attitude. Oh, and congratulations on your mock trial, Wind. Although Robin had you there for a while. Had you for a while there.
I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be. Thanks to Athena. And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm going to make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court.
Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait, did they repass the trial and Hugh won?
So, does this mean it's really going to happen?
No, I don't think it legally can. Juniper, there's something I've been wanting to say to you.
Huh? Oh, is he going to do what I think?
No, he legally cannot. You know, best friends like we've always been. Huh?
But best friends?
Hugh, weren't you going to profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial? No, I was going to confess that I'm not a genius and that I'm really 25 years old. But you already dragged it out of me during the trial.
Whoops. Listen, you too, Robin. Miriam.
Me too.
Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to a science. I have been thinking it's up to us to put an end to the dark age of law if we can. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth. And the end never justifies the means.
Count me in. I wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship.
You bet. And what about your BFF, Apollo?
Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office.
Hey, no talking about me behind my back. So, what kind of guy is he anyway?
Well, if I had to describe him in one word, I want to know about Apollo's friend.
And so, after some slightly arm twisting, Apollo promised to bring me to meet his friend. Unfortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. For not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. And the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well.
What? Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence.
Even now, those words continue to ring in my ears. The discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant. Why, Apollo? Why? Why would you leave us all behind?
Come back from the edge, Apollo. You don't need to be emo. Okay. Yes, let's see the opening for the next episode, and then I'm going to call it a night. Okay. The courtroom bombing incident. A terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Ted Tonate was discovered to be the one Ted Tonate to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow I can't help but think that there's a darker influence at work, one that's lurking in the shadows waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it.
What? Are we on the end trial? The cosmic turnabout. Ooh. I was about to say where all my horoscope girlies at. Whoa.
1 hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
America.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Oh.
Come in, Act 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Here we go. Whoa, that don't look like it came from a bombing. District Court. Defendant Lobby. Number 5. Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. Sorry to bother you, but...
Sorry to bother you, but are you all right, Apollo?
Was I making a scary face just now? Turns out spacesuits don't protect you from being stabbed. Who knew? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my cords of steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go.
Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you'll be I'm sure you'll be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden.
Is this a lotus root?
That's right. My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and...
Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now.
Oh my!
God, it's kind of tough, though.
You can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try.
Oh, she didn't think me weird before. She will now. I've got to calm down.
Apollo! I'm sorry I'm late. Hi, Thena. Junie, I didn't know you were coming today.
Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it, you sly little thing, you.
Thena, stop.
Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set?
Oh, Apollo. When will you ever figure it out?
Figure out what? Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. This is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty.
This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Soul Starbuck.
Starbuck, as in Starbucks? You, the coffee man? Is he making me coffee? He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. Are you the Larry Butts of this?
Scene the crime this time happened to be Cosmos Space Center. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. But that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We asked him about space travel and he launched into a story after story with so much passion.
Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero.
Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo?
Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but...
I was supposed to be in space right about now.
He's so depressed. It almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock.
I'll probably never get the chance to go to space again.
Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Besides, you just had to go into space. You just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I rotted away in a cell. Clay Turan, I can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy, always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, and that's for sure. He's always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." Oh, how could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down.
Clay's gone. I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now.
Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine. What is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today. You'll see. In exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence?
Oh, well, about that. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I would like, thanks to the police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it.
Thought I was going to soar like a comet, but
I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite.
no, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Don't count yourself out yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've got to keep going. And what about you, Apollo?
What about me?
I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend?
Oh, I had a feeling this is, as soon as I saw him, I was like, that man looks too well drawn to not to be a side character. He's got to have some emotional impact.
We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo.
The trial is about to begin. If the defense would please proceed into the courtroom.
Okay, here we go. This is it. This is the one trial I can't afford to lose. For Clay's sake and for our clients, I will find Clay's killer. Where are we now? Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise.
Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor?
What happened to your eye?
I'm fine. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Are you sure? I don't...
I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty.
I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age.
Dude, he just lost his best friend.
Very well, and the prosecution?
The prosecution appears to be ready as well. Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Hmm?
Ah! We've got to stop putting these chains on this man.
The prosecution is now ready.
Well, it didn't take him long this time.
What's up with Black Quill? Now then, I shall give the opening statement. I'll do it. You will? Oh, what an unexpected surprise. This time, I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something is off with the two of you today. You both seem different somehow.
Oh, it's 114.
Very well, prosecutor. Your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crime scene in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Ah, the famous federal research on all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28, before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, two explosive devices were detonated and the launch was canceled. My word, 2 bombs. How dreadful. The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck, I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Correct your boldness. Mr. Starbuck was... Oh. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Hat 1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar troubles, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you say he's a living legend. Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? They even turned that incident into a movie and everything. We've got a real space pioneer on court today. But even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Ah, yes, the victim was one Mr. Clay Turan, a subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so, he was sent not into space, but to the universe, which we mortals cannot see. Hey, I think I've heard enough. This case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there's one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you ask so nicely, it's your coffin. Ah! Have mercy on me! I jest. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. Ew, I feel like we just lost 50 years off my life.
Does he even have 50 years left? Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue.
Enough jabbering. Bobby Fulbright's a name in justice we trust.
Okay, I want to save it there. I think that's a good stopping point because I want to get way too into it and it's going to be way late for me. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thanks for the streamlin. Thank y'all for joining me. I'm so glad we were able to finish the case. I'm really curious to see about Apollo's past some more because I know Apollo is Trucy's half brother. We know that his mom is LaCroix. What is her name? I can't remember. What is her name? Like her actual name? I cannot remember for the life of me. Thasia. Yeah. We know that his mom is Thasia and she married some stunt guy. So that is Apollo's dad, and Apollo's dad died somewhere, and then she just didn't, I guess she didn't want him no more or something. Oh. Anyway, thank y'all for joining me. I do not know if I have somebody I could send you off to raid, hopefully. Goobs is playing some Elden Wing, Nightwing. So I'm going to send you off there. I hope y'all enjoy watching him. Haven't checked it out yet. I think I can play it without having to worry about being spoiled on Elden Ring. But anyway, I want to send y'all there. I hope y'all have a wonderful, wonderful night. I will see y'all Tuesday with more blueprints. Hopefully we'll finish that. Good night, everybody. I hope y'all have a wonderful, 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 wonderful weekend. And I will see y'all later. Good night and bye-bye. Oh. There we go.
Good. What the fuck? Yo, Linda, thank you for the raid. 7. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I'm just chilling with some night raid right now. I'm doing solo. Not my first choice, but you know, make it work. But yeah, how was your stream? That was a good one. Okay, I need to go here, and then I'm gonna go get this fucking item for the story or whatever. And then I think I'll just go. Yeah. Okay, guess I'm gonna do it. Good. I finished case in Duel Destines. Oh, nice. Is that what game is that? Is that the? I don't know what the game that is, but yeah. But I'm sure you can tell me what it is. Oh, Apollo Justice. Oh, that game. Attorney at Law. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I heard a lot about that game. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I heard it's really good. I might low-key give it a try. I'm not really big into like the whole like story like Sims, but you know, I've played some really good ones. Yeah, here and there. Yeah, so I might give it a try. Who knows? I don't know. I feel like there's just been so many games that have come out this year. It's like, it's so hard to keep track of everything. Guardians of the Dew. Like the Mountain of Dew? They come from the mountain? Oh shit. They are going to assassinate me. Please, leave me. Why are they so fast? Leave me alone. Just leave me alone, please. Thank you. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay, these... they run so fast. Why they run... Okay. It's the Mountain Dew. It's to hype them up. Yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna go invisible real quick. Hang on. See ya. Later, I'm gone. Alright, now I can do my spell. Okay. Oh shoot. Do I have anything to throw? Oh. Okay. I can probably juke. Wait. Backstep. Go on, backstep. Yay. Alright, got it. Alright. I just did it all for the story. Okay, objective okay, can now be examined. Okay. Alright, what did I get? Golden Dew. New Mountain Dew flavored required. Acquired. New Mountain Dew flavored acquired. Oh yeah, love to see it. Alright, you know what? I wanna go I really wanna go grab this and then yeah, I'm gonna go grab that. I'm gonna go do this boss. I could do Tree Sentinel, but like I feel like that's gonna take too fucking long. Yeah. Cause this is a battle royale and the zone closes in. I mean, you can Basha plus the Duke Guardians. I gotta sleep. It's 1 a.m. for me. Okay, it's okay. I appreciate the raid again. Thank you so much. Yeah, I hope you have a good sleep. Oh god, the store.